housekeeping matters. The first is this. It has become clear that amongst those who were contacted by Paria Heritage and others during the wake of the incident that we are investigating, that Mr. Wilson, who sits with me as a commissioner, was also contacted. I'm satisfied that the contact with him was peripheral, no more than a general inquiry. It seemed to have extended to nothing more than that there was an incident, are you able to help? And then no further contact after saying, well, call me. And that seems to be about as far as it went. So in those circumstances, I'm satisfied it in no way affects at all his independence in this inquiry, but I thought it appropriate to mention it now. And if there are any issues, they can be raised with me. If anyone needs to know to what extent there is any documentary support for any of that, I can point them through my secretary in that direction. But I'm satisfied it in no way affects his independence. So that's the first thing. The second thing is rather more problematic, I'm afraid. And it is this, that we will not be sitting tomorrow. The reason why we won't be sitting tomorrow is because I have had to make a decision about preparedness for this inquiry. That includes having in our possession all the material that we need in order to carry out this inquiry. I'm rescheduling the witnesses for tomorrow so that we have them starting on Wednesday. What has happened is this. Paria or their team have been asked to provide a number of documents over a period of time. During the course of this weekend and as late as 4 o'clock this morning, we were provided with what is on any view hundreds and hundreds of pages. It looks what the Americans call a document dump. This, handed to us in the course halfway through this inquiry, when we have been seeking this material for months, so that there could be no misunderstanding about it. This inquiry was announced on the 22nd of April of this year. It is inconceivable that those who are responsible for providing material to this inquiry could not have appreciated that this material was likely to be relevant. We get it this weekend, notwithstanding the fact that we have asked for it on numerous occasions. On the 19th of July, we wrote to Paria asking for all of the material that they were obliged to provide. That's ignoring the fact that they already must have appreciated for a period of 3 months that they were likely to need to provide this material. On the 6th of September, they asked for and were granted standing so that the lawyers who are now here, and I don't in any way hold them responsible for this, they will know what inquiries have or have not been made. And this is not intended to upbraid anybody. I'm simply making the observation. On the 6th of September of this year, they asked for and were granted standing. So the lawyers from that date became involved. Rule 16 makes it absolutely clear that they must provide, that is, their clients must provide everything in their possession and control having any bearing on the subject matter of this inquiry. Clearly, they did not, since we've got this over the weekend. That was followed by a specific request about this very material on the 8th of November, when we wrote to them asking for it to be provided by the 11th of November, bearing in mind where we were in relation to this inquiry. Nothing happened. On the 11th of November, they asked for an extension. They were granted an extension to the 17th of November. On the 15th of November, they sought a further application for a further extension. They got a further extension to the 22nd of November. On the 22nd of November, having promised to give it to us, they didn't. On the 23rd of November, when they promised to give it to us, they didn't. On the 24th of November, when we wrote to them asking them, where is it? We were promised we would get it the next day. We didn't. On Sunday, the 4th, they indicated they were putting together their ICT records to send to us by email. They didn't. Today, or rather on the 6th, I should say, we asked once again, and we were told that we would get it by that Friday. They did not provide it. So what we have is the very first time we got anything from them at all in relation to this was during the course of Friday. We got nothing further on Saturday, and we got more on Sunday, and I still don't know if we have it all. This is not acceptable. I will not permit our legal team, or indeed any of the other legal teams, to have to present their cases half-cocked. Because that's where we are at the moment, because I haven't been able to read it, Mr. Wilson hasn't been able to read it, and most of our team, notwithstanding their best efforts, have not been able to assimilate or read it. We can't provide it to everybody else because it needs redacting. There are phone numbers and names and things like that that are in there. So that's not right that the other teams should not have this material before principal witnesses from Paria are called. So we will not sit tomorrow so that I and others can read this material so that we know what's there. They include the IMT records. On Wednesday morning, we will hear from Catherine Balkisoon. After her, we will hear from Colin Piper. He will almost certainly go into Thursday. And on Thursday, we will hear from Mushtaq Mohammed. Those are the last 3 witnesses that we will hear before Christmas. We will get through them. If it means sitting till late, I don't care. We will sit until they have been heard this side of Christmas. The other witnesses, Archbold, Fuentes, Yearwood and Fleming Holder, will have to be heard next year. I apologize to them for inconveniencing them, having been told that they were going to be required this week. It's not fair on them as witnesses, and it's not fair on us. Anyway, I don't propose to say anything more about it. That is what will happen. If, and beyond that, I'll make this observation. If there is any more, please, Mr. Peterson, if there is any more, can we have it today?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'll make inquiries, but I know that a lot of WhatsApp messages were sent over the weekend. IT material. I know initial, I don't have all the details now, I can inquire from my team, but I know that there was some difficulty with loading it onto a jump drive and an external drive. I know there were those difficulties, and also there was some scrutinizing for doing the same thing you said, which is respect to redacting irrelevant material that has nothing to do with the inquiry on person's personal information and that kind of thing. So that was back and forth, I know. But I didn't realize it.
All of that, Mr.
But I'll make inquiries.
All of that would be okay if we were talking about August. We're in December. This has to have been available. This isn't new material. This has to have been available to your clients since it happened. This isn't something that's just arisen in the recent weeks. This is contemporaneous material. The ICT knows. They must have had it. I mean, look, I don't want to apportion blame anywhere. What upsets me, as you will obviously have understood, is that we have lost a day as a result. And I don't know whether, for example, Mr. Way, who's already given evidence, I see that he's involved in this. Obviously, he may have to be recalled because there's material here that we want to deal with Mr. Way. And it's not fair on him as a witness for me to make conclusions with Mr. Wilson at the end of this that he hasn't been given an opportunity to deal with, which is now being provided to us. It's just simply not acceptable. And you don't need me to tell you this, Mr. Peterson. You've done many of these yourself, I know. And it is not an acceptable way to proceed. It may be that for some reason or other, people thought this was going to be an inquiry that could be conducted at a leisurely pace over several years. Well, that's not what was happening. It never was what was happening, which is why I set a very strict timetable at the outset. And, I don't know whose fault this is, but it's somebody's fault. I don't really care at this stage. What I want to do is to make sure that we have all of the material that is necessary for us to conduct this inquiry without anybody being able to say later on, well, you didn't have this or didn't have that. So that's where we are at the moment, all right? We will not sit tomorrow. We will deal with the witnesses that we have arranged for today in the hope that there's nothing here that will impact on any of them, and proceed to spend the day tomorrow reading the material that we have now been provided with, all right? Unless there's anything else anybody else wants to say, I propose that we get on with the first witness. Right, good. Let's do that, please. I think it's Mr. Sitaram, is it not?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. He's at volume 1, page 395, and Ms. Vijaya Maharaj will do the summary.
Thank you. Where might I find him?
395.
Volume 1? 395, thank you.
I, Alvin,
Solemnly swear
solemnly swear
that the evidence
that the evidence
I shall give
I shall give
to the Commission
to the Commission
in this case shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Good morning, Mr. Sitaram.
Pleasant morning.
Thank you for coming. What's going to happen is that Miss Maharaj sits in the middle of the row opposite you, is going to summarize your evidence, all right? Listen carefully, please. Make sure that she's getting it right. If there's anything you disagree with, let us know. And then once that's done, do you have any questions, Mr. Maharaj?
Yes.
You do. So there'll be a few questions to be asked of you afterwards by Mr. Maharaj, and then the other counsel who are here may want to ask you some questions, all right?
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Alvin Sitaram was interviewed by the Commission. The Commission prepared a witness statement based on that interview, and Mr. Sitaram signed his witness statement on the 31st of October. His witness statement is in the witness statement bundle at page 395. Mr. Sitaram is a ship captain at Subsea Global Solutions Limited, an international ship serving and maintenance company. He is the captain of Waterworld, which is an 85-foot vessel owned by Subsea Global Solutions. On Friday, 25th February, at about 4 p.m., Mr. Sitaram received a telephone call from Ronald Ramata seeking assistance to rescue 5 divers who had been sucked into a 30-inch pipeline at Berth No. 6, Pointe-à-Pierre. Mr. Sitaram stated that at the time of receiving the call, he was on board Waterworld, which was involved in a job at the Point Lisa's anchorage. Mr. Sitaram informed Mr. Ramata that he needed permission from Subsea's management. When he called back Mr. Ramata, he indicated that management had given permission to render assistance to the divers. This assistance included the use of Subsea's vessel and their topside connected diving equipment, which included diving helmets equipped with communication and lighting with surface supply air. However, Mr. Sitaram said that management indicated that none of Subsea's divers were to go into the pipeline. Mr. Ramata indicated that he had divers certified to use Subsea's diving equipment at the incidents. Mr. Sitaram stated that the Subsea's team arrived at the site at around 7:15 p.m. Paria gave them permission to proceed to Berth No. 6. At Berth No. 6, he recalled seeing other diving companies and vessels. At about 8:45 p.m., Mr. Sitaram recalled seeing another vessel believed to be operated by hull support, and he also saw a Coast Guard vessel. A team of 5 to 6 Coast Guard divers in scuba gear came on board the Waterworld vessel and inspected some of their diving equipment. Mr. Sitaram received information from Mr. Ramata that permission had been given by Paria to connect the flanges of the pipeline and to install a blank on the pipeline to allow the insertion of a camera in the pipeline to allow for surface video monitoring. Mr. Sitaram explained that this job of connecting the pipeline to permit surface video monitoring was done by Conan Bido and Mr. Ramata, and they were assisted by Subsea's Adam Hollier using Subsea's surface supply equipment and his diving suit camera to provide a live source to Ronald and Mr. Ramata. The video footage taken of the pipeline was taken by the robotic camera operated by Paria. The Coast Guard divers left the Waterworld vessel when Ronald, Conan, and Adam came to the surface, and some returned to the Coast Guard vessel and some went on to Berth No. 6. At about 3:30 a.m., when no further requests were made of Subsea, they sought permission from Paria to leave Berth No. 6. However, permission was not granted until about 5 a.m. on the morning of Saturday, the 26th February, as Paria wanted them to remain on standby, as it was still coming up with a rescue plan. Mr. Sitaram, do you agree with that summary of your evidence?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Maharaj.
Mr. Sitaram, I just have one or two questions for you. You said that you had on board diving equipment and lighting material for diving.
Fully equipped.
Available to be used.
Correct.
And you also stated in your witness statement that the Coast Guard, some Coast Guard of divers came on board and inspected your equipment, your diving equipment.
Correct.
And am I correct to say, well, could you give us an idea of what equipments you had, if you could describe them for us?
We have super lights, band masks, that is helmets. We have diving umbilicals. We have high pressure, low pressure, backup air supply. Umbilicals length of 375 feet and 350 feet.
Pause there, just so that I understand that, please. The umbilical is literally a tube with a mouthpiece at the end of it. Is it all connected to?
The umbilical is the hose with the communication and lighting cables run onto it. That is attached to the helmet or the band mask.
So that somebody can dive without the need for a tank to be attached to them.
It still have a tank on your back, but a small tank that is for
Back
your
up.
third supply air. You're diving off low pressure air, and then it have a switch on the panel. In case your low pressure run low, you could go to high pressure just by switch.
Right.
And then the one on your back is the third source of air.
Right. So that I'm clear. A diver now about to go into the tube, into the pipe, for example, got a helmet on. He's got this umbilical cord, yes, which allows him to breathe air from the surface rather than having anything. And that is both high and low pressure, which he can adjust depending on what he needs.
On the panel, on the dive station.
On
the diver don't have to do anything.
The diver doesn't have to do anything, right? So it's done by somebody who's manning that, one of your team, presumably, right? So that allows him to go into the tube with that, but he has a backup, which is a smaller tank on his back, that if anything went wrong, he could discard this and put it.
Just turn a valve.
Just turn a valve.
Yeah.
That's all he'd have to do.
Yeah.
Right. What happens if he lost the umbilical for any reason? That got severed or?
It's interesting.
It's not so easy to sever.
It's not.
No.
So you don't have to worry about that.
No.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much. Sorry.
Yeah.
And the lengths were, sorry, the lengths were.
The longest one is 375 feet.
375 feet, yes.
And we have two at 350 feet.
You had two others
Yeah.
at 350 feet.
Yes.
And this allowed you both communications to speak as well as breathe.
Communication, lights. If you want, you could hook up video system on it too.
You could
So you
even
can
have
get
a video.
footage.
Okay. And can they be joined together?
It's not so easy to join because the cables could You have to solder the cables and connect it. It's not like a snap-on fitting that you could do it.
Right, I appreciate it. But aside from any Heath Robinson exercise of putting tape around it, is there a method by which they could be?
Yeah, there's a method they can connect it.
All right, lovely. Thank you very much.
Much of it. And these equipments, from your knowledge and experience, could be used by divers to dive into a 30-inch diameter
Yeah,
pipeline.
once they're certified, because our company has strict rules and policies, so our divers was out of dive time due to we was on the rig, so they max out the time. That's why you asked if they have qualified divers to use the equipment, and they had.
And they had.
Right, so it's not that your divers weren't willing to go, it's because they'd already used up the amount of time that they were allowed to be at certain depths.
Correct.
Because they've been working that day.
Correct.
And just so that everybody understands that's something that's quite strictly enforced, isn't it? That the amount of dive time that a person might have.
That's correct.
And that's dependent on the depth that they've been.
Depth and time.
And the amount of time that they've been down there.
Correct.
Right. And they've already been doing that all day, so they were not fit. They would not be permitted on any.
Yes, couple, just probably one or two, but guys who dive early, they had enough surface interval, so they could have probably do a short period of time, but not much.
Right. But it made no sense to use them if you had other divers that could be used.
Exactly.
Right. Thank you very much indeed.
You were contacted by Mr. Ronald Ramuta on behalf of LMCS.
Correct.
And based on what you were told and based on your knowledge, you were aware that Ronald Ramuta had available divers who could have used the equipment.
Correct.
To be able to dive into the pipeline.
Correct.
And you remained there from around 7:15 p.m. on the Friday.
Correct.
And until about 5 a.m. on the Saturday.
Correct.
And during that period of time, you were available to make the equipment available for the divers to use.
Correct.
I have no further questions.
Sorry, before.
I forgot to ask one
yes.
question. Can I?
Please do.
You said the Coast Guard divers came on board and they inspected the equipment.
Correct.
And were they impressed with the equipment that you had?
Yes, they were, because they're not aware to that type of diving.
All right, okay.
They only know about scuba. The hat and was something new to them.
Much obliged.
Just a short question, please. Bearing in mind the expertise that you were able to bring to bear, together with the equipment that you had, is there anything more that you could have wanted or desired in order to effect the rescue over and above what you already had?
No.
Thank you very much. Yes. Would anyone else like to ask any questions? Please put your hands up now. No, I see. Yes. Just 1 minute. Anyone else? Of course.
Just one clarification I need, Mr. Chairman.
Well, I think Miss Alfonso, I'm going to let you go last. Miss Alfonso has one matter. Well, she has something to ask. Miss Alfonso.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Sitaram.
Morning.
My name is Nairi Alfonso. I represent the interests of the Seaman and Waterfront Trade Union. I just had one or two questions because my learned senior, Mr. Maharaj, would have asked a couple of the questions that I wanted to have answers to. With a previous witness, I had asked, aside from a diving helmet, is there something lighter that a diver can use? And you mentioned earlier this morning a band mask. Could you explain what that is, please?
Helmet, which is a super light.
But it's super light.
Yeah, it's a complete helmet that goes over your head with a horseshoe that your head cannot get wet.
Okay.
A band mask is only structured to fit the face with straps, but you still have communication and lights.
Could you give me an estimated weight of the band mask?
Could be over 10 pounds.
Okay, could be over 10 pounds.
Yes.
And what's the weight of a diving helmet?
That's very
Significant.
heavy.
Significant. Okay. You have any idea of that significant weight?
Over 20 something,
Okay.
depends 30
Got you.
pounds.
Much heavier.
That's
Got
why
you.
we've all got big necks.
I know that Mr. Ramota would have called you, Ronald Ramota would have called you. Aside from Mr. Ramota, did you see any other commercial divers that you recognized and that you felt were competent? Well, that you recognized.
Yeah, I think it was Hull Support. They're a good company too.
Okay.
And they
Any
do safe
individual
diving.
divers?
Huh?
Any individual divers?
Where, on the badge?
No, anywhere besides Mr. Ramota.
No, it had commercial divers on the side there too.
Okay, because I see one of your colleagues, Mr. I hope I'm pronouncing it correct. Is it Julier? Adam? Actually,
yeah.
there are two of them. So Adam.
Yeah.
He referred to some volunteer divers who could use the equipment in his own statement. Do you know who he was referring to?
That will be his family, Conan Bedo, Conrad Bedo, Ronald Ramota, Corey. All of those are commercial divers.
And in your view, Mr. Sitaram, those were divers who were qualified or had the experience.
Certified. Yeah.
And certified. Good. Thank you very much for that. And certified to go down into the pipeline.
Certified commercial, yeah.
Certified commercial divers and who are capable of utilizing the equipment which you have described to the commission this morning.
That is correct.
Thank you for that. You mentioned Hull Support. So when Waterworld arrived at approximately 7:15 p.m. on the Friday, did you see other dive vessels which are used in diving operations?
They were approaching. We had to get permission to proceed to the site.
Okay.
And direct contact was with crew Ronald Ramota.
Okay.
And then Paria gave him the instruction for us to come alongside the badge.
Okay. So it was Waterworld what is the name of the vessel that Hull Support came in, you know?
I'm not sure the name of the vessel.
Okay, but Hull Support came with another diving vessel.
Yeah, they didn't get the permission after to proceed to the
Okay,
boat.
so they came after.
We was on the badge and them was on the boat landing.
And what about OTSL?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure? You didn't see OTSL there? So, as far as you can see, there were two vessels.
I'm not sure if it's OTSL or Hull Support.
Oh, I see. But there was another dive vessel.
I think it's .com, the boat name or something like that. I'm not sure.
Okay. But I don't know the name of the Hull Support's vessel, I have to confess. OTSL is Gulfstream Eagle, Gulf Eagle, or something of that nature. You mentioned towards the end of your witness statement that after a certain time, I think it was 3 o'clock, that you asked permission to depart.
Yeah, because we had to reattend the rig job to finish off that day. We didn't have much to do. So at 3 a.m., I went on the badge and I spoke to a lady, I cannot recall her name, and explained and asked permission to depart. She did not give permission to depart. She said, Colin Piper want us to stay still, should in case they want to utilize us. And then coming closer to 5, I went back to her. She made the call, and then Colin said, we can proceed to depart. Permission is granted.
Okay. When you first asked the lady who you can't identify, but a Paria person,
yeah,
at 3 a.m. to depart the scene, did she tell you, as you have in your witness statement, something that they were trying to devise, they want you to stay for a reason?
Should in case they need us.
And what would they need you for?
In case they come up with a plan to.
Okay, did they tell you they were trying to come up, did this lady tell you they were trying to come up with a plan?
Not necessarily. She said just in case they want to utilize us.
I just want to draw your attention, Mr. Sitaram, to paragraph 18 of your witness statement, and it will come up on, it's on page 398. There it is. Is that correct there, Mr.
That's
Mr.
correct.
Sitaram? So they asked you to stand by for an additional 2 hours. in the event that a rescue
No,
plan.
she didn't say 2 hours, you know.
No, but in the end, between 3 and 5.
Yeah,
But you were asked to stand by for additional time. Let me just say additional time.
yeah,
In the event that you were needed for a rescue plan.
correct.
Correct. And were either the equipment on Waterworld or divers, the volunteer divers, I'll use the same terminology, were they ever used prior to 5 a.m. in a rescue plan that you're aware of?
Negative.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sitaram.
Yes. Thank you. Turn your microphone up. Only this. Did anyone speak to you about a plan that they might have had to effect a rescue? Anyone at all?
Well, most of my communication was through Ronald Ramota.
Right.
So he devised
Well, you all know that I'm not in favor of showing the playway stuff, so I will not. I always cut it off. Um, but just as you know, they really need to find a different way. Like, why can't they put like a ticker at the bottom or little screen at the bottom to show what the NLCB thing without us moving away from the Commission of Inquiry? We could still appreciate it. Look, they have to show their playway stuff. Put a little box in the corner of the thing and show your playway, but don't take away from us looking at important information. So I know I complain every time, but it really is frustrating. The playway ad shouldn't last very long, so just stick around, share the live, please, and keep talking.
I solemnly swear
Lieutenant Commander Maharaj, solemnly swear
that the evidence
that the evidence
I shall give
to
the Commission
the Commission
in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Please take a seat. Now, first of all, it's Lieutenant Commander, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Well, thank you for coming, Lieutenant Commander Maharaj. I appreciate your making the effort, and I know that you have a medical condition which affects your back. So I want you to feel free, if you need to stand or sit, or both as you give your evidence, whatever makes you feel more comfortable. If you're uncomfortable at any point, you need a break, please just let me know, all right? And we'll take a short break so that you can make yourself comfortable, all right? And I do appreciate your coming, and I understand that you've come a little distance and that it is uncomfortable for you generally traveling. So I appreciate your efforts. But as I say, is there any issue at all, you let us know, all right?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Maharaj there is going to be asking you some questions.
Yes, good morning, Lieutenant Commander Maharaj.
Morning, sir.
You were aware that there was this commission of inquiry appointed to inquire into the circumstances in which these 5 divers were trapped in the pipeline and 4 died.
Yes, sir.
And you were aware that there were invitations and public notices for you to provide a statement, a submission.
No, sir.
You were not aware of that?
No, sir.
And you were not requested. Is there any reason why you didn't provide a statement to us?
I first became aware when I was contacted with a summons to attend, sir. And once I was contacted, then I contacted the Commission immediately to find out what was the manner and form in which things should proceed. There were several communications made between myself and the Commission. And based on that, I was then given a date, which is today's date, to turn to. I have, however, on my own, placed down my recollection of the events.
Do you have that with you?
Yes, sir, but I was told not to come in here with anything.
All right. But you made your own note of what your recollections of these events were, did you?
Yes, sir, I was in the holding area.
Right. So at least you've turned your mind to it.
Yes, sir.
Yes. All right. Well, Mr. Maharaj is going to ask you some questions.
Yes.
All right. If you have any difficulty recollecting, or you think you might need a document in order to assist you, you'll let me know. All right.
Yes, sir. I think that might be best.
Right. Well, I think there's a difference between any notes that you might have made of your own, doing your best to recollect events, as opposed to a contemporaneous document that might have existed that might assist you in coming to a conclusion about the facts, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But let's see. In respect of that incident, that accident on the 25th of February this year, you were at Paria on the 25th of February?
No, sir.
When did you get there?
I got there on the 26th, but I was made aware on the 25th.
You were made aware on the 25th?
Yes, sir.
And from the 25th, were you aware of the activities which the Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard was involved in respect of that accident?
Not entirely, sir, I'll explain. So I'm an officer in the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force Coast Guard. But since 2018, I am posted at Defense Force headquarters. On that day, the 25th of February 2022, I got a call from Mr. Eric Mackey, who is at the ODPM, sometime after 6:30, in the evening, and he asked me if I could assist him with getting on to the Coast Guard. So I let him know, well, I'm no longer with the Coast Guard per se. I'm at headquarters, but what was the issue? He mentioned to me that there was an incident at Paria. He wasn't entirely sure what the incident was, but he knew that there were some people missing at sea. And he indicated that he, in turn, was contacted by somebody by the name of Mr. Archibald, who, according to him, was not able to get a response from the Coast Guard. So he asked if he knew anybody who could assist him with that. So Mr. Mackey called me. I told him, I said, look, I'm not stationed there, but I could certainly reach out to find out if there was some sort of response. So I did call the Coast Guard ops room, and they did tell me that, yes, they were aware of the incident, and yes, an asset or assets were dispatched and were dealing with the incident.
But you were a senior officer at the time of this incident at the Coast Guard?
No, sir, that's what I'm trying to explain to you.
You were not a senior officer?
No, sir. So the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force comprises 4 formations: the Coast Guard, the Regiment, the Air Guard, and the Reserves. I joined as a member of the Coast Guard, but since 2018, I now am at Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force headquarters.
Okay, but I want to draw your attention to what you mentioned the name of Mr. Archibald.
Yes, sir.
You know Mr. Archibald?
No, sir. I never heard of his name before that.
But you know he was connected to Paria?
I know he was connected to Paria.
Right. I want to read to you what Mr. Archibald said in his statement. And it's volume 4, page 1320 at paragraph 33. One three two zero, with volume 4, yeah, 1320. At paragraph 33, and I'm going to read the important part to you. Around 1824 hours, Lieutenant Commander Maharaj called me and informed me that the TTCG Interceptor, which was the vessel then engaged in conducting an open water search for the missing divers, must return to Stobers Bay to pick up a TTCG dive crew and equipment to possibly attempt a search and rescue exercise within the pipeline. He asked me to get a message to the TTCG personnel at Pointe-à-Pierre and inform them that he gave that instruction. I then contacted security lead Sheldon Subero, who advised that the TTCG had left already to go to Stobers Bay. Is that an accurate statement?
Not entirely, sir.
Not entirely. Well, what in it is not accurate?
Right. So as I mentioned, I got the call from Mr. Mackey, who told me that Mr. Archibald, who he knows, was trying to get in touch with somebody from the Coast Guard. He also he being Mr. Mackey, also WhatsApped me Mr. Archibald's contact number so I could give the feedback directly to him. I contacted the Coast Guard operations room, found out that contrary to what was being relayed to me, the Coast Guard was aware of the incident and they did in fact deploy an asset to the site. Now, when I relayed that information to Mr. Archibald, he then indicated to me that there was no dive team. So at that point, I was under the impression that, there were people in the water who were being looked for. Then he said there was no dive team. So I mentioned to him, I said, well, look, is there any way you can get in touch with the person who is in the interceptor so I could probably understand what is happening? He then indicated to me that the vessel had already left. So what I told him I would do is that I would get back onto the Coast Guard operations and find out what was happening. I did, in fact, contact Coast Guard operations again, and they did tell me that the interceptor was there, was rendering assistance in terms of transporting persons and material to and fro. And they did in fact leave to embark a dive team. He told me, well, whoever the operator was at the time told me that the dive team was on the way and should be there in about 50 minutes. I then sent a WhatsApp message to Mr. Archibald on his phone sometime after 7 o'clock, maybe 10 to 8. And I said ETA 50 minutes. And I got a message back from
50
his...
50 or 15?
50. Then I got back a message from his phone saying thanks.
But you were aware that assistance was being required for diving into the pipeline to rescue the divers?
Not at that time, sir.
Not at that time?
No.
So what Mr. Archibald said here, therefore, is not correct, because according to his statement, he's saying that you gave instructions for the TTCJ to return with a dive crew and equipment to attempt a search and rescue exercise within the pipeline.
That is not accurate, sir.
Okay. Say that again.
That is not accurate, sir.
That's not accurate. Can I ask you, did you know that a man had by now come out of the pipeline?
I found out that later, sir.
You didn't know that at the time you were speaking
No, sir.
to Mr. Archibald?
No, sir. When I got the call, like I said, it was about to find people missing in the water. And apparently there was no Coast Guard response, which is why Mr.
What time are we talking about?
I got the call from
Yes.
Mr. Mackey shortly after 6:30.
After 6:30?
Yes.
So you're speaking to Mr. Mackey at about 6:30 on the Friday afternoon, and you're saying to us that you were not told at that time that a man had been rescued from the pipe?
No, what I was told by Mr. Mackey is that there's no, what he told me,
Yes.
right? Again, I had no involvement in this operation, right? What he told me was that he got a message from somebody at Paria, and he called the name of Mr. Randy Archibald, who was having difficulty, in his words, getting in touch with the Coast Guard.
You said all that.
Right.
I got that bit. Sorry,
Good.
I don't want to cut you off, but I understand that bit. Well, all I'm interested in is this, is that when you were WhatsApping with Archibald and when you were speaking with Mr. Mackey, neither of them informed you that a man had been rescued from the pipe itself.
No, sir.
And both of those conversations were around 6 or so, or later that afternoon, or earlier?
Right. So I got the call from Mr. Mackey at 6:30,
Right.
thereabouts. And then subsequent to that, I think I mentioned that I sent a WhatsApp to Mr. Archibald at about 10 to 8.
Got you. So can I take it then that your first involvement, such as it is, was after 6:30?
Yes, sir.
Right. And nobody told you that a man had been rescued from the pipe itself?
Not at the time, sir.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Well, could you help us? When was the first time you got to know that a man was rescued from within the pipe?
Right. So I became aware. I think that would have been sometime much later, because after subsequent to speaking to Mr. Archibald at that time and then sending me that message, I then got in, well, I can't remember if I was called or I called. I think I was called by somebody called Miss Catherine Balkisoon, who was then informing me that the dive team was in fact on site. And the dive team was in fact assisting, and that there was somebody who came out of the pipeline at that point in time. That would have been sometime after 10 o'clock.
After 10 o'clock?
Yeah.
You said somebody coming out of the pipe at that point in time. Are you suggesting you were being told that they'd only just come out of the pipe?
No.
No, right.
I was told at that point in time.
Yeah, you were told
at that point, yes, sir.
That someone had come out of the pipe earlier on that evening.
Yes, sir.
Right. Did they tell you when?
No. So when I found out that, I asked Ms. Balgisoon if he said anything. And she indicated to me that he didn't, because when she came, he was being medically evacuated or something like that, so she didn't speak to him.
She did not speak to him.
No.
And so she gave you no information about what he may or may not have said when he came out of the pipeline?
No, she said she didn't speak to him.
Thank you.
Lieutenant, you have told us you have been in the Coast Guard for a period of time, and you're now in the Defense Force.
Yeah, no, sir. I was always in the Defense Force. It's just that I'm assigned to Defense Force headquarters.
Okay, okay.
Yes, sir.
So from your knowledge and what you know of the Coast Guard,
Yes, sir.
can divers at the Coast Guard dive into confined spaces?
To the best of my knowledge, they have no confined space training. And to the best of my knowledge, the equipment with which they are outfitted is not of a commercial nature, sir.
And if that is the case, that would be readily known to the Coast Guard from the time the Coast Guard knows that it's a dive for within a pipeline.
Well, I can't say when they found out, if they found out before or after they actually got on site, sir.
Okay. But based on what you have told us, the Coast Guard would not have the expertise to dive within a pipeline in order to rescue anyone.
To the best of my knowledge, sir.
Yeah. And that would be known by senior officers of the Coast Guard.
I'm sure it would be, sir.
I'm sure it would be.
I mean, it's a very specialized business, isn't it? Going into a pipeline or any confined space. And that's not something that the Coast Guard will ordinarily become involved in.
No, sir.
No. My understanding is that you have dive teams available, but they're for really open water searches, or perhaps if a ship has sunk or something like that, they might want to go down and have a look if there's anybody in an air pocket or something. But it's really limited to that, isn't it?
As far as I'm aware, sir.
As one would readily understand with the Coast Guard.
Yes.
This is very specialized and clearly needs expertise beyond that which is normally provided by the Coast Guard.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much.
And would it be correct to say that during that, on the Friday, this would be on the Friday? On the Friday evening, you were kept informed several times by Paria as to the status of what was happening in respect of the possible rescue?
Just twice. I mentioned once when I spoke to Ms. Balkisoon, and then sometime after midnight, I got a call from Mr. Archibald, who indicated to me that the dive team, having come on site, made an assessment and indicated that they would not be able to enter the pipeline.
The Coast Guard. The
Yes.
Coast Guard.
Yes.
Yeah.
But from your knowledge, the Coast Guard had gone there since about between 4 to 5 p.m. that evening.
Well, prior to that call at 18:30, I had no idea of what was happening at all there, sir.
Now, on this Saturday, well, have you had any communication with Mr. Colin Piper?
Yes, sir.
I want to, when did you meet did you meet Mr. Piper?
Yes, sir.
When? That was on the Saturday?
Yes, sir.
Around what time?
Maybe in the afternoon, after lunch.
Were you part of the incident command team?
No, sir.
Did you attend the meetings of the incident command team at Paria?
No, sir.
Did you advise the incident command team at Paria?
No, sir.
Did you have any conversation with members of the incident command team at Paria on the Saturday?
With Mr. Piper, yes, sir.
With Mr. Piper. And so let me read to you what Mr. Piper says about that conversation, and I want you to tell me whether that is correct. At volume 4, page 1373 of the witness bundle at paragraph 166 on 1373, Mr. Chairman. 1373. Paragraph 166. Sometime around midday, Lieutenant Commander Michael Maharaj of the TTCG visited the ICP for an update. I updated him as to the current status of the rescue efforts. We then moved to a private area where he advised me that his personnel were not certified to use the dive helmet. He also indicated that it was unlikely that the divers in the pipeline were still alive because it was unlikely that they would have had sufficient air to survive for this long. He also advised that we should consider recovery efforts. Is that an accurate statement?
No, it is not.
Well, let us take it. He said that you visited the ICP, which is the Incident Command Post, for an update. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
But you had instructions to visit the Incident Command Post to get an update?
No, sir. So once I was made aware of it, part of my job in Defense Force Headquarters is to provide situational updates across the Defense Force to Director Operations and the Chief of Defense Staff. And how that is done is we assimilate information coming from different operations rooms, like the Coast Guard, the regiment, and so on. And then we provide a brief synopsis on a daily basis to the Chief of Defense Staff. However, if they ask any questions based on that, we should be able to have this contemporaneous information. So while I wasn't involved directly, once I got the call and having received no further information overnight, because the last information I received, as I said, was from Mr. Archibald, who indicated that the dive team could not have entered. And then based on information I was getting from the OCC at HQ, I understood the dive team to be redeployed for another operation on that Saturday. And there was no further updates. So I went to get an update.
Okay, but did you give advice that your personnel were not certified to use a dive helmet?
No.
No. And did you indicate to him that it was unlikely that the divers in the pipeline were still alive because it is unlikely that they would have had sufficient air to survive for this long?
Absolutely not, sir.
Pause there, please. I need to make a note. Thank you.
Did you advise him that Paria should consider recovery efforts?
Absolutely not, sir.
Well, you have indicated...
Sorry, Mr. Maharaj, have you finished with that paragraph?
Yes.
Can I just ask you said earlier that you attended the ICP, the command post, to update yourself on what was happening. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And that you were required to put into writing some sort of appraisal of where update to whom are you providing that?
Right, so we get operation reports from the different operation rooms within the Defense Force.
Yeah.
That is then sent to the headquarters operations room. That is then synopsized and sent forward to the Director of Operations and the Chief of Defense Staff.
Director of Operations?
Yeah.
In the Defense Force?
Yes, sir.
Right. So, and did you do that?
Yes, sir.
So is there a document somewhere which sets out what you were telling the director of operations at that time?
What that document sets out is the...
Well, first of all, is there such a document?
Yes, there are documents for the reports that we send forward on a daily basis. Those reports are collated from the operations feeds that we get. So yes, there are documents that...
Which you were the author of?
I collated the documents, yes, sir.
Well, collating is putting together. I'm collating documents, but I'm not the author of them, right?
Right.
As I understood it, you were updating yourself as you regarded it as your responsibility to do so, in the absence of having any other information. So you attended the command post. You thereby updated yourself on what you thought important. You reduced that to writing so that you could send it to the director of operations. Have I got that right?
So...
Have I got it wrong? Just tell me one way or the other, then you can explain.
You've got it partially right, sir.
Partially right. So tell me the bits that I've got wrong.
Right. So the information that I get from the different operation rooms in detail, it's a very brief synopsis that we send forward to Director Operations and the Chief of Defense Staff. I went to get an update because sometimes based on the brevity of the information that we send forward, questions are asked by either Chief of Defense Staff to Director Operations to myself or from Director Operations to myself. Yeah. So that information that I got, having visited the ICP, was in case I am asked to elaborate on any information that I sent forward. Yes, sir. So
there is a document that you were the author of.
There is a document that I signed and sent forward.
Right. Signed by you?
Yes, sir.
And sent to your Director of Operations?
Yes, sir.
Do you have that document?
I think so. I'll have to check.
Did you bring it with you, for example?
Yes, I believe so.
Is there any reason why you can't get it?
Well, I was totally all the documents outside.
No, I understand that, but I mean, it's here. Is it in the building?
Yes, sir.
Well, I think we'll take a short break while you get it and provide it to council, please.
Okay.
All right, would you do that? We'll take 5 minutes. 10 minutes, please.
All right, so we are on a 10-minute break. For some reason, Lieutenant Commander Michael Maharaj looked a little bit shaky there, like if he was almost not telling the truth. But I look forward to seeing if he really has those documents, because the chairman stopped the whole proceedings for him to go and get them. So I really hope he has it, because I was sitting there listening to him and thinking, I don't know if I believe you, So he better have those documents, because he would have some explaining to do. Because if he indeed authored it and so on, there's no reason why he shouldn't have it. So, he makes it very clear that a lot of what Colin Piper says of conversations that he and him had over, his advice on the divers and so on, whether or not they're alive or dead or whatever, just didn't happen. So if we are to believe Lieutenant Commander Maharaj, Colin Piper lied, right? And a lot of people so far have been sort of insinuating that Colin Piper has lied. And so this is going to be very, very interesting to see how this thing develops. Now, the problem with Lieutenant Commander Maharaj is that he had to receive a summons from the Commission of Enquiry because he didn't provide a statement to them beforehand, which is why the commission isn't able to speak to him against statements that he would have submitted prior to him being there today. So a lot of his account, really, though it is under oath, is still right here now type of thing, if you understand what I mean, right? So it's very, very interesting. Let me have a look at some of your comments. that you have been submitting. Desiree says, Mr. Chairman is damn right to let him go and get the documents. If you know you're right, walk with it. That's your backup evidence. Stoops, Commander. Yeah, the chairman is not a very happy camper today. Misty says, I told you all as Piper caused them to die in that pipeline. Okay, that is a view expressed by yourself and not necessarily shared by the collective, though this is your opinion and it is received. So I will repeat. I told you all Pipers caused those to die in the pipeline, even if LMC has removed the plugs as they say that caused the suction. Clearly that didn't kill them, because evidently you heard them all talking very strong in that pipeline. They could have been saved but was prevented from doing so. Counsel, please make an example of Piper and allow him to make his jail time. Thanks. Okay, thank you for sharing your perspective. Let's see. Aisha says she thinks that the chair of the commission will pull out his belt just now and pass Lash, because wow, this is horrendous. That is true. Amar Singh says that the guy did say that he has the documents though, so I guess we'll wait and see. JCN Andrew says always have a proof. All these WhatsApp messages, he should have printed them out to show them to the Commission of Inquiry. To be fair, very early on, he said he brought a bunch of documents with him, and he was told to leave them in the holding room. Obviously, he didn't submit this beforehand, otherwise it would have already been as part and parcel of the case, right? Okay, let's see if other people have made any comments above here. Oh, am I seeing a YouTube comment? Okay, I'm seeing some YouTube comments. Princess Wood says, even if the Coast Guard was called, they knew they were not qualified for the job. They should have stood aside and let the persons qualified to do the job. I mean, to be fair, they would have indicated their unreadiness to do the job because they don't have the equipment, right? And it wasn't their call at the end of the day either, because it's Paria to make the call, and it was Paria that called them in the first instance. All right. Ronald says that by the time they read Piper's statement, you all will realize who's been telling lies all along. Peterson, them have belly to represent Paria. Then again, money talks. All right. Keisha says, so the Coast Guard had no business being there. You all should have left and let the commercial divers who are willing to do the rescue. Well, if you already hear in Colin Piper's statement, he says that Lieutenant Commander Maharaj, told him, advise him against effecting a rescue and so on because of the dangers and so on. But Lieutenant Commander Maharaj said that is what Colin Piper said in his statement is just not true. That conversation didn't happen. So we have been led to believe, if, we take Lieutenant Commander Maharaj's statement, we've been led to believe by Paria and Colin Piper that they got advice from numerous persons, which include the Coast Guard, that it was unsafe to carry out the rescue and so on. Lieutenant Commander Maharaj says he just never had that conversation with Colin Piper. It didn't happen. It's inaccurate. So now we need to find out why on earth did Colin Piper in his statement design his statement in such a way as to, and under oath as well, under the penalty of perjury, say that people made these statements, right? Because you can call the same people and find out whether they did or didn't say that, which is why I'm not understanding why so many people are effectively saying that Colin Piper has lied. Because the man did so under oath. So I'm struggling to understand why he would do that, right? So is it that Commander Maharaj is lying? But then what would be his interest in lying, right? Because he could be pulled up on it as well. But a lot of the accounts so far has disproven a lot of the stuff of Colin Piper, and I don't know, this is not really looking too good. So, and I know that is why the chairman got very upset earlier on when Paria kind of did a document dump, because since the beginning of the Commission of Inquiry, the chair was asking Paria and their lawyers, please provide the information that we're requesting. And they had so long, they got extension after extension. And at the 11th hour, just before Colin Piper is scheduled to take the witness box, Colin Piper and Catherine Balkissoon, two of the most instrumental people in this dive thing, Paria, via their lawyers, sent a document dump. Instead of organizing the documents, because they've had literal months to organize, pointing people to the relevant parts, making it easy for the commission, they dumped thousands upon thousands of documents on the commission today. So the commission was livid this morning. Was livid this morning. You saw it. You reprimanded them very badly. He said, well, how you all can do this? Because now everybody has to now read through the thousands of documents that you sent. And then you have to be able to cross-examine the witnesses based on the so-called information that they submitted. But nobody would have had the time to really look through the documentation. So they've lost a day now. Tomorrow, the witnesses are going to be rescheduled so that they could read through the material. So Paria thought, okay, the commissioner stopped back. Hold on.
No, I follow that, but it is in mind. So I shall redact everything that is irrelevant. The only part that seems to me to have even some modicum of relevance is the short passage that you told us you wrote, which is directly to do with this matter. All right. So that small part will be made available to everybody, but I don't think it's going to compromise security in this country. All right. All right. Very well.
Much obliged. So I want to question you a bit on the updates that you were getting. So you got updates during the Saturday from the IMT?
No, sir.
Oh, no. So how many updates you got on the Saturday?
Just when I went there? You mean to Paria, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so just when I went there, like I said, I was introduced to Mr. Piper, who I was told was the person in charge. I asked him for an update. He indicated to me that based on the information that was received from the Coast Guard dive team, and the fact that they can't or were not equipped to conduct the rescue operation, he was getting advice from commercial divers. And what they were saying is that they were formulating some plans to try to rescue the divers. In fact, he drew a diagram which resembled two right angles facing each other like a kind of U. And he indicated to me at
like
that point,
behind you.
Yes, like directly behind me. Right, so he drew that diagram, one similar to it, indicating that what was happening. They were doing some maintenance works. And at that point, he also mentioned to me that there were divers still in the pipeline, and he was consulting with commercial experts to try to rescue them. Yeah, so that was the update I received. He mentioned there was an option that was being explored for trying to cut the line and get them out, but he said that was not feasible because based on the information he received, the line was, they were not sure where exactly divers were positioned. He also mentioned that the line was concrete coated and that the possibility of cutting the line could in fact cause it to be flooded. So, and then it will take a long time. So that option was not deemed to be viable. He also mentioned that...
Just pause for a moment, please.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
He also mentioned, you say?
Yes, he also mentioned that there were bits of information he was getting from commercial life experts who indicated to him that based on their, I suppose, knowledge, it may be unlikely that the divers would have survived. He asked me what I thought. I told him I was here just to get information. I am not directly prosecuting the rescue operation because I am not part of the chain of command for the Coast Guard and the Coast Guard rescue efforts. My job, as I indicated before, is to get information to pass on. He then said that there was also an option being explored if in fact they were deceased to use a mechanism to flush the line so that a plug of some sort that Paria believed to be in the pipeline would then assist in getting the divers and tools out to the other end. At that point, he asked me if I was okay. And I said, yes, but if you consider what you just told me, that would basically extinguish any hope of anybody inside. Yeah? He said that this was just an option being considered, like all the options, like the cutting of the line option, and nothing was, decided firmly yet in stone. I reiterated to him that this is something that, nobody knows for sure what is the status of the people in the pipeline. They didn't even know, but something like this could guarantee their status.
Okay, so he was giving you...
Sorry. Mr. Maharaj, what sort of time are we talking about when this is taking place, when he's explaining these different options to you?
Yeah, so this is, I visited the ICP at shortly after midday.
Shortly after midday?
Yeah, on Saturday.
I thought you said after lunch.
Well, after lunch, yeah.
Just so that I have a clearer picture, please.
Yeah.
I have lunch normally between 1 and 2.
Right, so between 12 and 2 then.
Between 12 and 2. So
yeah.
That's the time you attended the post, yes?
That's the time I was speaking to Mr.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
And after that, you left?
Yes, sir.
And did you go back on the Sunday?
No, sir.
No. Well, you told us he was giving you all the options.
Yes, sir.
That he was contemplating and he was taking.
Yes, sir.
In order to effect a rescue.
Yes, sir.
Did he tell you about the option that the LMCS divers had rescue plans and they are prepared to go into the pipeline?
No, sir.
No. Did he tell you that Christopher Boudram had come out of the pipeline and said that one of the men was just behind him and the other men were alive in the pipeline?
He didn't mention any names. He just indicated that the diver came out of the pipeline alive. And that at that time, he being the diver, said to him, to Mr. Piper, that he was speaking to other divers, or he spoke to other divers.
So in your updates, you did not get any information from Mr. Piper or Mr. Anyone apart from Mr. Piper. You didn't get any information from either Mr. Piper or Ms. Balkison or anyone at Paria that LMCS had divers prepared, commercial divers prepared to go into the pipeline.
No, sir.
Rescue. Did you get any information from him that Paria was taking steps through the Coast Guard to prevent LMCS divers from diving into the pipeline?
No, sir.
No. So all the instructions you got from Paria as to the options that Paria was considering to exercise or was exercising were options that Paria said that they were going to exercise.
Based on their advice in consultation with the commercial lab experts they were speaking to, sir.
I have no further questions.
Did you ever speak to anybody in the Coast Guard who were at the scene?
I think when I spoke to Ms. Balakisoon, I think she handed the phone to Lieutenant Hargreaves. And he indicated to me exactly what was then told to me again later by Mr. Archibald, that based on their assessment, they would not be able to enter.
They would not be able to
enter the pipeline.
Right. So did you understand that there was the possibility of entering the pipeline to effect a rescue, but that you, the Coast Guard, didn't have the necessary personnel to carry that task out?
I understood that.
Have I got that right?
Yes, I understood that the Coast Guard could not have attempted based on their equipment and training.
No, I follow that. But
Yeah.
that part of it, it's the bit before that, really. Did you understand that there was at least the potential for a plan to effect a rescue from within the pipeline? That is to say, people actually diving into the pipeline, but that you, the Coast Guard, didn't have that facility?
No, I wasn't aware of any other plan.
You were not aware of any other plan to dive into the pipe?
No, not outside of the Coast Guard, no.
Right, okay, thank you. Yes. First of all, Mr. Rabitar, anyone else? Right, well, there's a range of people who put their hands up. So I'll ask Miss Alfonso, please. You can go first, and then I'll come to Mr. Rabitar, and then up the front row. Ramadar. Did I say Ramadar? Ramadar, forgive me, yes. Miss Alfonso.
Thank you, sir. Still morning. Good morning, Lieutenant Commander Maharaj, sorry.
Morning, ma'am.
My name is Nairi Alfonso. I represent the interests of the SWWTU, and I just have one question for you, really. The others have been taken care of prior to my putting up my hand. I see some interaction between an interceptor having been sent to Paria's location and that interceptor being asked to come back for the dive team. Did you mention that or earlier?
Yeah, so what I mentioned was that the initial call, again, it seemed to be a bit confused. The initial call indicates to me that there were no responding Coast Guard assets,
okay,
which I then clarified by calling the operations room. And they said, yes, they were aware of the incident. And yes, in fact, they did deploy an asset.
okay.
I understood then, subsequent to that, that the interceptor was engaged in searches for personnel, because I guess the same information that I had, which they probably had, can't be sure, that there was an incident involving people missing in the water. And then as the time went on, I then, in communication with Mr. Archibald, he then indicated to me that, you know, there's an interceptor, yes, but there's no dive team.
Okay. So,
right. And then,
sorry.
Right. So, and then I asked him, I said, well, okay, if you're in contact with the interceptor, could I then speak to somebody from the interceptor? He got back onto me and said, well, the interceptor's already left. So I then contacted the operations room and found out that the interceptor did in fact leave after having done what I said it did, trying to assist in different ways to get a dive team to return.
Okay, so for my clarification, there would have been another team of TTCG officers on site at Paria's facilities prior to the dive team attending.
Well, as far as I'm aware, ma'am.
Okay, so would you have, in any of your briefings, would you have come across a time at all when let's call it the first contingent of Coast Guard officers arrived on the scene. Would you have an idea of the time?
Yes, I think that is in the document that I supplied. I can't remember the time, but I could look at the documents and get the time when that was the one dated on the 26th. It says a time.
Okay.
It's being copied. You'll have it in due course, Ms.
Okay.
Alfonso.
You could give, you don't remember 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, any of those times?
No, ma'am, it's in the document.
Okay, so okay, but certainly there was one contingent there before the interceptor left to collect the dive team.
I don't understand the question.
Okay, so one asset, you said one asset, which is an interceptor, would have left Stables, one presume, left from somewhere and come on Paria's facilities. That interceptor returned later in the day when you got involved with Mr. Mackey and so on, returned to collect the dive team. Yes? So the two contingents from the Coast Guard would have been on scene, one at an earlier time, and I believe from my reading, maybe around 8:40, 8:43, I think is the time, the dive team arrived on the scene. So was there another, to your knowledge, was there another contingent of Coast Guard officers which arrived prior to the dive team, which did not come till 8:43, as I see from one witness statement?
I'm not sure, ma'am.
Okay, so you don't know if there were any Coast Guard officers there before the dive team came then?
Well, I said there was. I said
yes,
there was.
Okay. So, and the only thing is you don't know what time those officers arrived.
It's in the document, ma'am. I can't.
Okay, so we'll wait for the document. Thank you very much, Lieutenant Commander Maharaj.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, sir. My name is Prakash Ramada. I represent the interests of the Kurban family and Yusuf Henry's child.
Yes, sir.
First of all, thank you for your involvement and your efforts to assist on that day. Now, you've heard and was shown a statement from Mr. Piper in which certain things were said, apportioned to what you would have told him that were inaccurate at best. Is that accurate? Is that true?
Yes, sir. Just the part that I saw.
Remind us which part that was.
I think it's on page 1373.
Yes.
Paragraph 166.
And the relevant part?
The part that I agree with is that it was sometime around midday. I attended the ICP. I also agree that we moved to a private area. And then he updated me, as I indicated, about different options that they were considering. I disagree fundamentally with what he said about me advising him about a helmet, and furthermore about shifting the efforts to recovery and not rescue.
Explain that for us. What did you actually tell him? And what is he saying that you told him?
Well, that's what he said in his statement here.
Yes.
All right. What I told him, well, I came for an update.
Yes.
All right. And he mentioned to me what the update was. He drew a diagram like this, yes, indicated where they were working, what happened, or what they think happened, which was somehow, he wasn't sure how the divers became trapped.
Yeah, forgive me, we heard that. The question I have asked you is this. What in your mind was the most important difference between what you actually said and what he said you told him?
The most important difference is that what he said is that I made a comment about their ability to survive. Yes. And I also made a comment about the fact that they should turn the operation from rescue to recovery. I fundamentally disagree with that because I'm in the business of saving lives. I was a ship captain. I fundamentally disagree with that because I'm in the business of saving lives. I was a ship captain. As I indicated to him and to everyone here, I was made to be involved through a call which required assistance. I was not part of the effort that was actually prosecuting the rescue. So how that operates is that the Coast Guard, we're speaking about the Coast Guard has, of course, somebody in charge, the commanding officer. he has different departments, one of which is operations. And the operations department has assets and personnel to deploy to effect rescue. So I explained, that I was not part of that. I'm here to get an update to provide to my superiors.
Thank you very much.
So I say all that to say, there would have been it would not have been my place to comment on anything mentioned here with respect to survivability and things like that.
Right.
And
so let me get this clear. You are saying effectively that you, as a representative at that time, in the wider sense of the defense forces, did not indicate that it should convert itself, that is any effort from rescue to recovery.
Absolutely not.
Of course. Because as you just told us, and help us if you could, what is the highest priority in an accident in terms of your training as in the Coast Guard and in the Defense Force?
To save lives.
Save lives. And you appreciate that you're a military man. And of course, there are risks in all sorts of endeavors, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in particularly in the water, yes?
Yes, sir.
But you have to overcome the fear of the risk sometimes to save a life. Is that accurate? Once there is, what shall I say, a viable opportunity to save the life, you balance that with some risk. And if there is, no certainty that you're going to fail, you go ahead and you do it, isn't it?
I would agree theoretically. From my own point of view, with respect to this operation, I'll have to respect the determination made by the dive team that was on site.
Thank you very much. Now, you are still a member of the Defense Force.
Yes, sir.
Right. And it was very troubling, to me at least, to have heard that no one from either the Defense Force or the Coast Guard made any effort to coordinate a statement from you for the benefit of the chairman, the commission, and of course, all of us.
As am I, sir.
As you are. And it is by summons then you became aware of the need for you to assist.
Yes, sir.
And we must thank the legal team and the commission for that, correct? You got it from whom, the summons?
Well, I was called by the welfare officer in the Coast Guard, who told me that WPC from the Carnage police station wanted to get in touch with me because she had a summons for me. So obviously I was asking, well, what was this summons about?
Thank you very much. That was the first time you realized there was an effort to communicate with you to get important information.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Now, many of us may know and some may not. You reference Mr. Mackey from the ODPM. What does ODPM stand for?
The Office of Disaster Preparedness and Management, sir.
The Office of Disaster Preparedness and Management.
Yeah.
Was there any level or an institution that you were aware of, whether in the past or at present, to coordinate issues of disasters, preparedness, and management outside of the ODPM?
Well,
I'll help you.
A former incarnation was NEMA.
Right. And have you ever heard of the NOC?
I'm sorry, sir?
The NOC, National Operations Center.
I have heard of it, sir.
Yes. Are you aware that it was to coordinate all the arms of the state so that we could have a coordinated effort? And instead of Mr. Mackey seeking you out, you could have that coordinated effort between the different arms to assist?
Well, it's my understanding that Mr. Mackey reached out to me because we worked together in the past.
Yes.
And when they asked when he was asked if he could find somebody who he could get a response from the Coast Guard, I guess he called me. As to what the NOC does and how they function, it's never part of the NOC, sir.
You were never part of the NOC?
No, sir.
So as you are aware, at this point in time, that you would not have been involved in this unless Mr. Mackey thanked for his assistance from the ODPM, making contact with you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Now, the Coast Guard, you were a member of the Coast Guard for how many years?
I still am it's going on 21 years and 3 months now.
Wow. And that the Coast Guard is part of our military asset?
Yes, sir, one of the 4 formations that comprises the Defense Force.
Thank you. And in terms of the use of force, you have authority to use force to carry out instructions. Isn't that accurate?
In certain circumstances,
Yes, of course.
sir.
Yeah, in fact, the Coast Guard is armed with machine guns and other artillery and so. Is that accurate?
Not artillery, sir.
Well, let me put it. With firearms.
Yes, sir.
Artillery.
There's a big difference between firearms and artillery.
I brought it back down, but I do know that the Coast Guard does have those high level bores, and anyhow, I shan't go into that at this point in time. So the Coast Guard members are armed with firearms. Is that accurate?
When carrying out their duty,
Yes. Yeah,
according to what that duty is, yes, sir.
Yeah. And some of the guns have large guns. I mean, some of the boats have large guns on them.
Some of the vessels, yeah.
Yeah. In fact, you're aware, in the month of February, there was an awful scandal through the country where a baby was shot and killed by members of the Coast Guard on the open waters.
Yes, don't answer that. Move on.
Yeah. You're aware that the Coast Guard have the authority to use deadly force in certain circumstances.
Yes, sir.
Yes. And part of that endeavor or part of the duty is protecting national assets.
Yes, sir.
Yes. And they receive instructions from whom?
To do what, sir?
To do their duty. Who does the Coast Guard get its authority from?
Who the Coast Guard gets authority from?
Yes.
Well, the commander-in-chief of the military is the president, and she divests that operational control of the force to the chief of defense staff, who in turn devolves the management of the different formations to the commanding officers of each formation.
You've been extremely helpful. Now tell us, who gave the Coast Guard authority to go onto Paria's property on that day?
I can't say so.
No. But you appreciate the Coast Guard doesn't act on its own. It has to get instructions. Yes?
Is that right? Is that right? The Coast Guard can't act on its own. It needs permission to enter somebody else's land.
My Lord, let me finish that question. I appreciate it. Yes.
Then,
yes. The Coast Guard has its normal duties. You appreciate that, which all the Coast Guard members know, and as a matter of course, coastal patrol and so. Yeah. Do you know who instructed the Coast Guard to go on site at Paria that day?
I can't say so.
No.
well, that rather presupposes that there was such an instruction. No, I mean, you need to break that down a little bit.
Sure.
Are you aware of whether there was any instruction at all to attend Paria's site of the Coast Guard? Were they instructed at any point, as far as you're aware, to come onto Paria's waters?
On the 25th?
Yes.
I'm not aware.
You're not aware.
But I presume there
Well, don't
has
presume.
to be.
Don't presume, it's fine.
Yeah.
You're not aware of any instruction to do so.
No, sir.
Thank you.
Lieutenant Commander, were you aware on the afternoon and into the evening of the 25th of February 2022, who members of the Coast Guard were taking instructions from at Paria's installations?
No, sir.
Of course. Did you make any inquiry of
No,
such?
sir.
No. Now, as you have told the chairman that the highest priority is to save life. Now, as an experienced Coast Guardsman, where persons may have succumbed, or become victim of an accident within a water environment, and that there being no sight of persons above the sea's surface, would you consider a rescue effort to be one where time is of the ultimate essence?
To understand, you're asking if there are people at sea
Yes.
below the surface,
Yes,
and we know that they're below the surface,
yes.
if time would be of the essence.
Of not just the highest level of essence. Time.
Yes, sir, according to the circumstances, yeah.
And you would appreciate then that whatever need be done in terms of risk assessment and plans and so should be accelerated. And one does not then have the luxury of reflective thought on all the possibilities that can go wrong. Do you agree with that?
It depends on the situation, sir.
Yes, and in a situation where persons, there was certainty of proof of life. In other words, one of the divers had come out and say others were alive within the pipe. Proof of life. Would that not create a higher level of urgency in executing a plan?
It would, sir.
Sorry?
Sir, I suppose it would, sir.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Remetal. Yes.
I beg your pardon.
Good morning, Lieutenant, Commander. I'd like to take you back to Kamini Prasad.
Can you
Maharaj.
introduce? Yeah, I was going to say introduce yourself
Sorry.
first, please.
Kamini Prasad Maharaj, and I act on behalf of LMCS Limited. I'd like to take you back to the meeting on Saturday after lunch, or after 12, between 12 and 2, that you had with Mr. Piper. Can you say exactly which room you were taken to when you would have met Mr. Piper?
That was in a building close to the terminal area. The room was, it was like a long file room, 2 desks in it. I'm not sure there was a sign on the door. It's a kind of long room, but overlooking the terminal area.
Ground floor or first floor?
First floor.
And when you entered that room with Mr. Piper, was there any other person present?
Not that I could recall.
Was there any recording of the meeting between you and Mr. Piper? To the best of your
Not to the best of my knowledge. Recollection.
All right. You were taking notes from that conversation and discussion with Mr. Piper?
Well, it was a discussion like we're having now. And I took note at the time. Well, I took note of what he said, certainly.
You said that you would have moved to a different location, a more private area.
No, that was the area.
That was the area.
Yeah,
so it's just one area that you would have met him.
Yeah, so when I came up, I was introduced to him as the person who was in charge.
Right.
I can't remember whom by. And then I went, well, he pointed me in the direction of this room. And he went there and he gave me the update. And
Right. You've been helpful. That is all that I have, Mr. Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Morning, Commander. I'm Gilbert Peterson for Paria and Heritage.
Yes, sir.
That Saturday, when you arrived at Paria's compound, the building you said you went to the ICP, and that.
Well, I presume it was the ICP because that's why.
It's near the overlooking the harbor. I think you said, or the Berth.
Yes, sir, the terminal area.
And you had a conversation with Mr. Piper.
Yes, sir.
I couldn't help but notice the detail of that conversation without notes. Did you take notes?
Yes, I did, sir.
Right. Of the conversation with him.
Yes, sir.
Right. As a Coast Guardsman, a commanding officer, you arrived there almost a day after the initial incident. Were you aware of that?
Yes, I was aware of the incident from the time I was called. And
right. So it was almost about 20 hours thereafter that you were arriving at Paria. Isn't that so? Give or take?
Maybe.
Yeah. You had no view as to the likelihood of the survival of these men as a trained Coast Guard commander?
Well, I was told by Mr. Piper that there were, in fact, people who survived, at least when he mentioned to me, as I said earlier on today, right, that he said that one person came out, he didn't give me a name, and that person spoke to other people who were in there.
Yeah, no, I'm speaking about the Saturday now.
But that's what you told me on the Saturday.
Yeah, I know. When you're at the Saturday, being aware that these men went missing in the afternoon of the Friday, you did not have a view as to the likely survival of these men as a trained Coast Guard commander?
Are you asking my view now, sir, or if I had a view
No,
then?
then. Did you not try to muster a view at that point in time?
I was given certain information.
Yeah, I know that. But you, haven't been given this information.
The information
that a man came out the day before and all of that.
Yeah, so the information I got on the day before, as I mentioned, initially spoke to an incident at sea with people missing.
Right.
Later, I became aware that people were in some sort of pipeline for some works being done. Right. I was told later in the evening that by Ms. Balgison, I think it was, that somebody was taken out of the
yes, we got
pipeline.
We got all of that. I don't know if I'm losing you. We got all of that. You visited Paria around midday, just after lunch, I think you said, on the Saturday.
Yes, sir.
At that stage, knowing all that you know up to that point, you did not consider a view as to whether those men would have survived, having been missing for about 20 hours now? You did not think about that?
Yes, sir.
Having thought of that, what did you do with that thought when you were talking to Mr. Piper?
Well, as I mentioned, when Mr. Piper was exploring the different options, he was exploring options for rescue, one of which I mentioned in terms of was cutting the pipe, which...
Right, my question, we got all of that already.
Well, I'm answering the question, sir. So, which was, did I form an opinion as to it? The opinion I had up to that point when you mentioned that was that there was the possibility. So I would not consider, I have no ability to pronounce people alive or dead.
We know that, neither do I. But I am asking you as a trained commander, if you had a view as to the likelihood of the survival of those men having been missing in a watery situation for about 20 hours. If you had that view, you told me yes.
Yes.
And I asked you what you did having formed a view. What you did with that view? You kept it to yourself or you told Mr. Piper?
Well, I came there for feedback, so I was getting a feedback from Mr. Piper.
We know you were doing that, dealing with the view you formed. What you did with it?
Well, when he told me about the option of getting the water to push the people out, then I expressed to him my view. And the view was, what I expressed to him was that should this option be considered, you are basically extinguishing any and all hope of survivability. And as far as I was concerned, there's no reason to say people are surviving or not, especially when he told me that somebody who we got out of the pipe spoke to other people.
Commander, we got that. That view that you formed, you put it into your reports to your Chief of Operations and Chief of Defense Staff?
No, sir.
So you kept that view to yourself?
I'm not sure what you're asking, sir.
The view that you told me you formed about the likelihood of the men's survival, you told me you formed that view. Huh? What you did with it? You didn't tell it to Mr. Piper. I'm just asking you if you communicated it to your Chief of Defense Staff or your Chief of Operations.
I just indicated that I said something to Mr. Piper about that view.
You told Mr. Piper if he was going to flush and all of that, he's going to extinguish. The view that you formed, did you tell it to your Chief of Defense Staff or your Chief of Operations?
Sir, I'm not sure if you understand what I've been trying to explain.
No, all I ask you, the view.
The answer to that question is no.
Right, okay. So it's not in the document that we expect to see shortly?
No.
Right. You see, we are instructed, and Mr. Piper said that he had that conversation with you as you were referred to in paragraph 66. You are the one who spoke about recovery. And you deny that, right? Let's get it on the record. You deny that you had that conversation.
I said that before, and I'm saying it again.
Did you not also have a conversation at a family meeting session at another location at Paria?
With who, sir?
The club, the staff club office. Did you go there? Staff club building.
Yes, sir.
When you spoke to Mr. Mustaq Mohammed?
I was introduced to him.
I didn't ask you if you were introduced to him. Did you speak with him?
No, sir, after being introduced.
Because I am instructed that you said to him that he should have mentioned recovery to the families.
That is inaccurate, sir.
Weren't the families there at that meeting that you attended later in the afternoon on the Saturday?
I think there was a meeting with the family, sir.
You think you were there, weren't you?
There was a meeting with the families, yes, sir.
Did Mr. Mustaq speak at that meeting?
I spoke to him after that meeting.
Did Mr. Mustaq Mohammed speak at that meeting?
I don't know, sir.
I mean, you don't know.
I can't recall.
Commander, you must do better than that. You recall a very detailed conversation with Mr. Piper. You cannot remember. All right, let's back up. How you came to go to the club staff club house?
I was told we have military person on the patrolling compound that are assisting with security of different things. And I was told by a member of that military contingent that the minister was about to come on the compound.
Mm-hmm.
And that he was coming to a meeting.
Yes.
So then I went, I said, well, where's this meeting?
Yes.
They indicated it was a staff club.
Right.
I asked them what security arrangements they had in place. They said that he was coming with his detail and the elements of the defense force that were already on the compound would also be there.
Who you had this conversation with?
One of the members of the support team.
You can't recall who it is by name. Can you?
I can't recall at this time.
Right. So you went across to the clubhouse, the staff club.
Only to ensure that the minister's arrival was safe.
Well, the minister moves heavy, so he doesn't need your, well, that's aside. He moves heavy, so he doesn't need your intervention. But you went to the clubhouse. When you got there, what happened?
When I got there, I saw that the minister arrived and there was a meeting that took place inside.
He arrived before you or you arrived before him?
I arrived before him.
Right. And at what stage were you introduced to Mr. Mustaq Mohammed?
When the minister left.
Right. And that's after Mr. Mustaq Mohammed spoke. That is a yes?
That was a question, sir.
Yes. That was after Mr. Mohammed spoke.
That was after the meeting. I'm not sure if he spoke at the meeting.
But you were present throughout the meeting?
I wasn't present throughout the meeting.
But you say you got there before the minister?
I got there before the minister.
And you were there up to when the minister left?
I was not in the room where the meeting was.
Where were you?
There's a anteroom just outside.
Mr. Commander, let me give you an opportunity. We have a photo of the minister speaking and you stand up behind him.
Yes, I was there when he
in the room. So don't tell me you're in any side room.
No, I'm saying that you asked me about Mr. Mustaq. I'm not sure if he spoke at the meeting.
But you said you were introduced him when the meeting finished.
Yes, yes, sir.
Right. And Mr. Mustaq spoke before the minister or after the minister?
I don't know, sir. I was in and out of the room.
What were you doing in and out of the room while the minister speaking?
Well, not only when the minister was speaking, sir.
What were you doing in and out of the room?
I'm not sure I understand the question, sir.
Simple. What were you doing in and out of the room?
Went out the room, checked to see how things were looking outside the room in terms of the security. Came back in periodically.
It's not from me, but it's the chairman. I ain't believe you. Who introduced you to Mr. Mustaq Mohammed?
I think it was Mr. Piper. I can't be sure. I think it was Mr. Piper.
But I am instructed and putting to you that you said to Mr. Mohammed that he ought to have mentioned recovery to the families. You doubting that too?
Yes.
So after they introduced to Mr. Mohammed, you just had no conversation with him, you left.
Did I leave?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
He was introduced to you as whom?
Was the manager or the managing director of Paria.
And after that, that was it. Nice to meet you, Mr. Mohammed. I am Commander Maharaj. And that's it.
But it wasn't a meeting.
You all didn't discuss the event, the men, survival, anything like that?
No, sir.
So it was just a social introduction and that's it?
Yes, sir. I came to get the update from Mr. Piper, which I did.
I'm putting to you that you're not speaking the truth. Accept it or deny it. Because Mr. Piper and Mr. Mustaq Mohammed will be coming to the box. I'm putting to you, you're not speaking the truth.
So I can't tell you what to put.
No, you could tell me is the truth you're speaking. That's what you could tell me. But
So I am telling the truth. Yeah. I swore to tell the truth.
Now that I put them words in your mouth, you're speaking the truth. That's it. Mr. Chairman, no further questions.
Mr. Maharaj. Thank you very much for coming. I hope it hasn't been wholly uncomfortable sitting down, but thank you very much for coming.
So,
all right, you may go. Just leave that there, that's fine. Just leave that. Thank you very much. I think someone will give you back your documents. If you go out with the clerk, she'll give you the documents that you came with, all right, to make sure you take them with you. And we'll have a copy of just those parts that I said. Thank you very much. Right.
Mr. Chairman, the next witness is leading seaman Ledgerwood.
Right.
What happened is that we had asked the Chief of Defense Force to provide statements, and they provided one for Mr. Hargreaves. And then we had seen the name of Mr. Ledgerwood mentioned in some other statements given by the fire officers, and we summoned him to appear.
Yes, I mean, Mr. Maharaj was saying that he was never asked to provide a statement. Wait there a moment, please, Mr. Ledgerwood. Mr. Maharaj was saying he was never asked to provide a statement. As I understand it, the command was asked to get them all to write their statements.
Yes.
That never happened. And that was why we felt it necessary to send a witness summons for them to attend.
Yes.
And they had every opportunity thereafter to provide a witness statement, chose not to. Right, thank you very much. So, Mr. Ledgerwood, am I pronouncing that correctly? Ledgerwood, forgive me, Mr. Ledgerwood. If there was a way of getting it wrong, you can be assured that I would have been the one to do so. So, forgive me, Mr. Ledgerwood.
I,
Andre Ledgerwood,
solemnly swear
that
the evidence I shall give to the commission
in
this case
shall
be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, thank you for coming, Mr. Ledgerwood. Mr. Maharaj, who's standing up in front of you at the moment, is going to ask you a number of questions, all right? And then a number of other lawyers who are here may have questions for you as well. All right, we expect to have your evidence dealt with before lunch, all right, so you'll be able to go. Thank you very much.
Mr. Ledgerwood, I just want to ask you a few questions to see if you could help us, right?
Okay.
You remember the 25th of February this year?
I remember.
And you, sometime that day, you were at Berth 6 of Paria.
Yes.
And what were you doing? Around what time you arrived there?
I would have received a call from, I was on duty that day at Stowells Bay, Chagamas.
As part of the Coast Guard?
Yes, as part of the Coast Guard.
Yes.
So I would have received a call to go to render assistance to an incident that took place at the Paria platform. That would have been around 1600 hours. So I left. I got down there probably like around 45 minutes later. The call I got was that divers went under the water and they didn't come back up. So they called Coast Guard to render assistance. So I went down with me and my crew to make an appraisal of the situation and see how best we could assist.
You were the leader in charge of the group.
I was the coxswain on the day. The coxswain is a term used to describe the person who's in charge of the small fast patrol craft. And I was the coxswain that day, and I had a crew under my charge.
Right. Can I just help me to understand how it works? Different Coast Guard work in different way. So if I want the Coast Guard, what do I do? What do I have to? How do I get the Coast Guard?
You have to call the Coast Guard. You call the operations department, or you call the number that they have for Coast Guard. There's a department that answers the call.
You don't just dial 911.
No, there's a Coast Guard number to call.
Right. So it's not an emergency number like you would for the police.
I think they have an emergency number, but it's not like 911 or.
It's a different one.
Yeah.
What is it?
It's 800 TTCG.
Say again?
800 TTCG.
TTCG.
Yeah.
Well, I'll match it up with the letters on the phone, right?
Yes.
800 and then TCG.
Or 634 TTCG. Yeah.
Okay. And so I call that number and say, I need the Coast Guard. There's an emergency situation or whatever it is. Yes. Yes. And then you respond to that. Do you? Yes. Somebody tells you.
Yes. I get instructions from the senior officers on the day.
Right.
Relative to the information they would have received, and they would have dispatched to me on what I'm required to do.
And were you at sea already on that day?
No, I wasn't. I was on
you were on shore?
Yes.
Right. So you had to launch the boat and off you go. And how far away is that? Forgive me for asking these questions. Everybody else here knows all of the answers to that, but I don't. So
this could be about 13 nautical miles from...
13 nautical miles?
Yeah, from...
Right.
So it's
15 miles to the ordinary man, roughly, a bit less perhaps, that sort of distance, yes?
Yeah.
Right, and then, and how long would it take you to cover that sort of distance?
About 45 to 50 minutes.
50 minutes?
Yeah.
Or to go 15 miles?
On sea, yeah.
Okay. All right, so that's the length of time we're talking about, 50 minutes or so, to get from where you were to the Paria.
Yeah.
Right, thank you, now I understand, thanks very much.
So around what time you reached there? Around 5?
Around 5, yeah.
5. And who instructed you? You remember who was the superior officer who instructed you to go there?
I can't remember who was the duty operations officer on the day.
Okay.
But
and am I correct in saying that your instructions were included to go to assist in a rescue?
Yes.
And did they tell you from the instructions you got where the persons who had to be rescued were?
The information I got initially was that the persons went under the water and they did not come back up.
Oh, I see. So as far as you were concerned, when you left the Coast Guard facilities,
yes,
you were going to assist in a rescue in open water?
Yes, that's initially. So when I got down there, I realized what it really was.
So when you got down there to Paria, you then found out that it was a rescue from within a pipeline?
Yes.
How many of you were there?
It was me and 5 on the vessel.
So 6 altogether?
Yes.
Right. When you got down there at Paria, did anyone from Paria met you and briefed you?
Yes, I went alongside the platform. There was somebody in charge of the platform that day. I can't remember his name. And I got off and I spoke to him and he told me exactly what was happening, what had happened.
Okay. Did you also, well, about how many persons from Paria you saw there, if you remember? About?
At that time, it had, on the platform itself, could be about 2 or 3 people I saw. I spoke to one, but about 2 or 3 people I saw at the time.
And did you also observe persons from a firm called LMCS who had divers?
Not initially, but afterwards, yes.
Afterwards. About how many persons from LMCS you saw? Could you remember?
Can't remember.
But the persons from LMCS, were they divers?
Yeah, they were divers. They were divers there.
And were they diving in the water at the time when you went there?
At the time, I think it had someone in the water at the time, yes.
But can you tell us if there were divers from LMCS?
I can't.
You can't say.
I can't say if they were from LMCS.
Did you see any divers? But did you know whether there were divers from Paria?
No, I don't know where the divers were from.
Okay. But so you were arrived there at around 5?
Yes.
And how long you stayed there?
I was there for about an hour and a half.
About an hour and a half?
Yeah.
Initially, well, what happened after the hour and a half?
Right. Well, while I was there, I would have called back to base to inform them of what actually happened. So I was there on standby for them to give me back instructions. I believe they were organizing a dive team to come down.
Okay.
So I was there waiting for them to let me know when to come to get them. While I was there, I was trying to render any assistance I could.
But you had a dive team there?
No, I didn't have a dive team.
Oh, you didn't have divers with you?
I had one diver. Yeah.
One diver. And was that a scuba? That diver was scuba or commercial diver?
No, not commercial. He was from Coast Guard. Yeah, it was scuba.
Coast Guard.
Yeah.
So when you got there and you realized that the rescue was for men who were in a pipeline,
yes,
what was your reaction?
Well, my reaction, I was shocked initially, but I couldn't make an assessment of the dive that had to take place or any rescue operation because I don't specify in diving. So the diver I had on board, he made his assessment and he said he's unable to attempt any rescue. And that is when I would have called back to my base for them to be aware of what's happening and for them to make any further recommendations.
But did you communicate what you decided to Paria officials or to LMCS officials?
Yeah, we told the person on the platform at the time.
And you knew that person was from Paria?
Well, he was on the platform. He said he was the supervisor. So
he was the supervisor.
Yeah.
And did you tell the other the other persons who were divers?
No, we didn't communicate with any other divers at the time.
Okay. Whilst you were there, you knew that one of the divers who were in the pipeline he came out, he was rescued.
Yeah, I was there while the one came out, yes.
And what did you see?
When he came out, he was covered in oil.
Mm-hmm.
Could have only seen his eyes when he opened them and his teeth in his mouth. They had someone come to take him to land and they rushed him to hospital.
But from what you observed there and your presence there, when he came out, did you know whether the persons who helped him were LMCS divers?
I can't say. While I was there, I did, however, I was trying to assist, as I said before. So it had times that I would leave the platform and go across the jetty. About 2 or 3 times I did that. Once was to pick up divers from LMCS. Once was to pick up 2 other technicians. And then one diver later on before I left to come back up for the dive team. And I brought them across to the platform for them to do whatever they came to do.
So you took your boat to the jetty?
Yeah.
And
at one time,
people?
a boat had already left the jetty, but it was a bit slow.
Right.
So my boat being faster, to hasten the process, I went across to the boat. They come over on my boat and I brought them back across.
Right. So because you had a quicker boat, you you picked them up
Yeah.
at sea.
Yes, I was trying to help.
Yeah, no, got it.
And how many persons you picked up?
First was 2, I believe. Then again was 2 other persons, and then the last time was 1 person.
And these were divers?
Yes.
And you saw them dive subsequent to that?
Yes, I believe.
Yeah. Now, did you know the names of any one of these persons?
Can't remember.
You can't remember. Whilst you were there, did you see anyone dive in the pipeline? And
Yeah,
came
while
back
I was there, I didn't see how they were getting into the pipeline.
Yes.
But while I was there, it's at that point where we heard shouting coming from the pipe. And that is when, they started to be a little more urgent. And I think that's when someone went into the pipe, and eventually they came out with the survivor.
With the survivor?
Yes.
But after that, did you see anyone go back into, do you know whether anyone went back into the pipeline?
I know it always seemed to have a diver in the water at any point in time, it looked like. So I don't know when they would actually go under and try to go into the pipe. I don't know, but it always had divers more or less in the water.
You remember a name called Michael Kurban?
Can't remember, no.
You can't remember any of the names. Okay. Now, how long you have been in the Coast Guard?
16 years.
16 years. So, would I be correct in saying that the members of the Coast Guard who are divers are not trained to dive in a pipeline?
I cannot confirm that. I don't know the training that divers receive while doing their diving training. I have never done it. I don't specialize as a diver.
Oh, so you're not? Sorry.
No.
Okay.
So I've never done the diving course. So I don't know what.
Oh, I see. So what position you occupy in the Coast Guard?
I'm a seaman. So I am, as I said, I'm a coxswain.
So excuse my ignorance. You're a seaman, but not a diver.
Right. So the Coast Guard, there are different.
Can you swim?
Branches. Huh?
Can you swim?
Yes, I can swim.
I just thought I'd check.
So there are different branches in the Coast Guard. There's seamen, there's technicians, which cover welders, mechanics, electricians. There's writers, who are more clerical. However, the seamen, when you come in as a seaman, is a broad spectrum. So as a seaman, you could do training while in the Coast Guard to specialize in a certain field. So you could do the diving course and you become a diver, work in the diving department. I never did the diving course. I am a medic and a physical training instructor. So I did those 2 courses while in the Coast Guard, so I specialize in that. Otherwise, I'm a seaman first. So I operate as a coxswain.
Why?
Which is...
Sorry.
That's like a captain, is it?
Of the small boat. I'm in charge of the small fast boat.
Of a small fast boat.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Okay. So whilst you were there, and you had seen the survivor came out of the pipeline, how long after the survivor came out of the pipeline that you remained there?
I can't remember. I can't give a...
But there came a time when you handed over to somebody else.
I didn't hand over down there at the time. Only time I handed over is when I went back up to the dive team and came back down with them. With the dive team, the officer in charge he was in charge.
Okay, so help us then. So you left the scene at some stage and you went back up to get the dive team?
Yes.
Around what time you left the area?
It had been around 6:30.
6:30. And when you came back with the dive team?
Yes.
And was at that time you had Lieutenant Hargreaves?
Yes.
I see. And he was then in charge?
Yes, he was.
Right. When Lieutenant Hargreaves came and you brought back, and you came with the dive team,
yeah,
did you see persons diving in the water?
I believe there was people in the water, yes.
And how long did you remain with Lieutenant Hargreaves? Did you remain during the period of time he was there?
Yeah, I was there for the entire time.
Oh, good. And whilst you were there with him, would it be correct to say that divers were trying to go into the pipe, to dive into the pipe, and at first the Coast Guard were allowing them to do it, and then they prevented them from doing it?
All right. At no time at all, the Coast Guard prevented anyone from diving.
At no time?
I can't recall that at all.
Mm-hmm.
Could we be clear, please? There's a difference between making an assertion. At no time did they ever prevent anyone from making an assertion. I don't recall seeing anyone do that. I didn't do that. What is it? Can you say whether or not any member of the Coast Guard did prevent anyone from going in here?
No one from the Coast Guard prevented anyone from diving.
Right. Well, you weren't there for the better part of 2 hours, I'm assuming, if you had to go back to the Coast Guard operations, pick up your divers, Mr. Hargreaves, and all the equipment, presumably, and then bring them back again.
Yeah.
You told us the first time that took 50 minutes to make that journey one way.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yes.
So it's not unreasonable to assume you took a couple of hours to do that, is it?
Yes.
Right, there and back. So did you leave the Coast Guard in situ when you left?
No, when I left, I went with everyone who was with me.
There were no Coast Guards there at all for that 2 days?
There was a big vessel down there at the time, but they couldn't, at the side of that vessel, they could not go into the platform.
They couldn't go into the platform?
No.
What, while you were there?
No.
Or at all?
No, they couldn't go at all. So they were just off providing support.
Why couldn't they go in?
The vessel is too big.
Too big?
Yeah.
Right, I thought this took tankers, but never mind. This Coast Guard boat couldn't come in, correct? This is a different Coast Guard boat to yours altogether.
Yes,
it's a much bigger
it's a bigger craft.
and different people on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. So they were standing offshore.
Yeah, they were standing off.
Well, right. I mean, did they drop anchor or what was?
I don't know.
You don't know, right? I mean, were they static or were they going round and round?
No, they weren't static. So they were moving around.
Moving around.
I don't think they dropped anchor.
All right. And so you left for this period of a couple of hours. You didn't leave any of your people behind.
No, not the people I went with. No.
Right. So for a period of 2 hours, at any rate, as far as you're aware, there were no Coast Guards on the berth at all.
As far as I'm aware.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And at no time while you were there as coxswain for your small boat, did you see any of your colleagues or yourself prevent anyone from going in the water?
No time at all, no.
One other matter, please. Were any of you armed?
Yes, the crew is armed.
All the time?
Yes.
Right, so you have sidearms, do you?
Sidearms.
Do you have some sort of automatic weapon?
Primary and a secondary weapon, yeah.
Right. So the primary weapon is
a rifle, yes.
A rifle or an automatic weapon?
Automatic rifle, yeah.
An automatic rifle, short in length?
Not really, yeah.
Okay. And so that's standard procedure that the Coast Guard carry these two weapons?
Yes.
So you and your colleagues would have been carrying those weapons whilst you were attending upon the scene. Is that right?
Yes.
And can I take it that at no time did you feel it necessary to pull one of those weapons out and point them at anyone?
No,
this wasn't that kind of situation, was it?
No.
All right.
It wasn't.
All right. Thank you very much.
So when you were there leading the team, before you went back to get the persons who were the divers, the Coast Guard had weapons?
Yeah, my team had weapons.
Your team had weapons.
Yes.
And when you're on duty, you would be holding the weapons but pointing it down, not so?
No, the weapons would be slinged across the body.
They
So,
sling across the body.
yes.
Okay. And when you came back with Mr. Hargreaves,
Yeah.
about how many members were in the group that came back with you?
I think the dive team was about 10.
About
of
10?
them. Yeah.
And did you have any other persons with you or just the dive
Yeah,
team?
I had 2 other people from my crew.
Yeah.
So I left back some who was initially on my crew to make room for the 10 divers.
And so when you came back with the divers, it meant that the divers had weapons with them also.
No, the divers had no weapons.
So when you came back with the divers, they didn't have weapons?
No, they didn't have weapons.
So who had weapons on that occasion?
Just the 2 men on my crew.
And who were there? What about Mr. Hargreaves?
Mr. Hargreaves didn't have a weapon.
He didn't have a weapon.
So just 3 of you, basically, you and your 2.
I didn't have a weapon. Yeah.
You didn't bring one?
No, I didn't.
Is that normal?
Yes. As the coxswain, more likely when
Your hands are full.
Yeah, after drive the boat, either if I'm out there on some suspect vessel, if they open fire on us, I can't drive and fire back at them. So
no,
I have to either make evasive maneuvers or some sort of attacking maneuvers.
So it was just the 2 colleagues of yours,
yeah,
that were on the return journey who were armed.
Yeah.
No, I just want to get it clear from you, and I want to give you the opportunity. You are telling us that after you came back, you already told us that before you came back, at no time you saw any of your Coast Guard or you preventing anyone from diving.
No.
When you came back with Mr. Hargreaves,
yes,
and you remained there until you all left around what time?
It was after midnight, definitely.
After midnight.
After 1, yeah.
So from the time Mr. Hargreaves came with you,
yeah,
until you all left at around midnight, did you see at any time the Coast Guard prevented persons from diving?
No, I never saw that.
Did you hear any instructions given to the divers from anyone in the Coast Guard during that period of time for them not to dive?
No, I never heard that.
Are you sure you're speaking the truth?
I'm telling the truth.
Okay. Did you at any time, whilst you were there the first time or the second time, you got any briefing from a lady called Catherine Balkisoon?
I can't remember. There was only one time I can remember. While I was there the first time, someone on the platform, I can't remember who it was, he was on the phone and he shouted out to us to ask who's the senior person here at the time.
Get Hargreaves' statement.
And my crew heard him and they identified it was me, and he said someone wants to speak to me on the phone. I took the phone, answered the call. Can't remember who it was, but what they asked of me was to take charge of the rescue operations there. And I indicated to him that I can't do that, as I don't specify in that.
Right, I want that broken down a little, please. So you spoke to somebody, wasn't Miss Balkisoon?
I
think there was only
remember.
one lady on that.
It was on the phone. It was over the phone.
Yeah, yeah.
It was.
Just a minute. Someone spoke to you while you were on the berth.
Yeah.
To ask you who was in charge.
Yes.
And you told them you were in charge. This is before Mr. Hargreaves arrives or any of the dive team. This is the earlier part, right? So there's only your boat there. The other one's standing offshore.
Yeah.
All right. And you're asked, and so you told them it was you, did you?
Yeah. I was the on-scene commander at the time, yes.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. So you're saying, well, I'm in charge.
Yeah.
Did you speak to someone then on the telephone?
On the phone, yes.
Who did you speak to?
Can't remember who it was. I remember it.
Does the name Colin Piper ring any bells with you?
I can't remember.
Can't remember. Well, was the person who spoke to you, did they claim to be in charge on shore? Did they say who they were?
I think they were from Paria, yeah.
Right. So somebody from Paria,
I think so,
who was in authority, whoever it might have been, all right? And they spoke to you and said what?
They asked me to take charge of the rescue operation.
They asked you if you would take charge of the rescue operation.
They asked me to take charge.
And what did you say?
I said I cannot take charge of the rescue operations because.
Right. So they, just a minute. And you said you cannot?
Yes.
Because?
I'm not a diver. I'm not trained in diving in any capacity.
Because you're not a diver?
Yeah. And
so
I
how
have
could
to
you
take instruction from the Coast Guard?
And so you take your instruction from the Coast Guard?
Yes.
Did that person or any other person ask you to take charge of security?
No.
And in answer to questions from Mr. Maharaj, you made it clear that at no time at all did you ever, or any of your other colleagues, prevent anyone from going in the water?
At no time at all.
Right. And neither were you asked to do so?
No, never.
Did you hear anyone giving instruction that the divers should not go in the water?
I've never heard that.
You never heard that?
No.
So at no time when you were there, you didn't hear that coming from anyone not to go in the water?
No.
Thank you, Mr.
So as far as you can tell us, whilst you were there, you did not see anyone from Paria preventing persons from going into the water?
I didn't see no.
And you, as far as you know, you and your colleagues did not get any instructions from Paria to prevent persons from going into the water?
No.
And you are telling us here today that from the time you came back with the dive team,
yes,
until you left at around what time? Midnight, you said?
It was after midnight. I
after
can't recall the
midnight.
exact
During
time,
those
right?
hours,
yeah,
there were no instructions you heard from anyone to prevent persons from going into the water?
I can't recall that.
I'm sorry?
I can't remember that, no.
You can't remember that. So is it that there may have been instructions given and you heard it, but you cannot remember it?
Me, can't remember hearing anyone give any instructions like that.
You cannot remember?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes,
Yes,
this is the second time you've done that. There's a qualitative difference between I can't recall or I can't remember from saying it did not happen. Do you follow what I mean? You do follow what I mean, I'm sure.
As far as I know, no, that did not happen.
You cannot now recall anyone saying to anybody else, don't go in the water or whatever it might have been. Right? No such instruction was ever given.
No.
To your recollection or to your memory, or at all?
To recollection and to memory is not the same?
It is the same thing, exactly the same thing. I'm just using another word for the same thing.
Okay.
All right, it's either it's that or not at all. Either it did, I can say positively it did not happen, or I can say it did not happen in my presence, or you can say I do not recall that happening.
I do not recall that happening.
Right, thank you.
Much obliged, no further.
Can I have a show of hands first before I decide which order? Right, thank you very much. Mr. Ramadar first then, please.
Oh, thank you very much, Chairman. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
And first of all, thank you for your service to our country and on that evening, the execution of your duty. Now, my name is Prakash Ramada. I look after the interests of Yusuf Henry's daughter and Mr. Kurban, who is fortunate, his family He is now deceased, of course. Now, you appreciate the environment you had gone to. You went with the best of intentions, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes. But it was a noisy environment.
Not really, no.
No, well, good. There was a lot of movement to and fro with different persons.
Yes.
You were not focused on what other conversations were taking place. You were focused on what you thought you could possibly do to help. Isn't that accurate?
Yes.
Yes. You had gone there without knowing the full scope of what had happened.
Yes.
And you did the best you could with what you had.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
That included 2 other colleagues with machine guns, if I may call it that.
Yes.
Yes. And sidearms. You, of course, had a sidearm with you.
I did not.
Or you didn't have any sidearm at all.
Yeah, I did.
And of course, you know, as you told very colorfully, Gilly, excuse, Mr. Peterson. Yeah. Yeah. As you told his Lord, the chairman, not at all, thank you. Yeah. That there may be occasions when the Coast Guard will be under basically fire or dealing with high violent potential issues that you need to be able to maneuver, correct? And you're fully aware then of the power to use deadly force in an encounter.
Yes.
And in fact, you are aware of the use of deadly force by the Coast Guard just 2 weeks before.
2 weeks before?
Yes. A shooting of a civilian on the open waters. You know of that? A baby?
Oh, yes, yes.
Of course.
Yes.
Now, you are a Trinidadian and a Tobagonian first before you became a Coast Guardsman.
Yes.
You love this country, correct?
Yes.
And you were appalled that a baby had to die in circumstances as it happened, correct?
Yes.
Now, you know that made major news in the country. Yes?
Yeah.
Yes. So, let's see where we are now. You've come down, you got your call, you arrived at Paria. You knew that the assets there were Paria's. It wasn't open water. Is that correct?
Yes.
You knew Paria would have been, it being the assets of Paria, it would have been under Paria's control, correct?
Yes.
And it is Paria who had sought the assistance of the Coast Guard, isn't it?
I think so. Yeah.
Yes, of course. And certainly, as you've told all of us, no Coast Guardsman pointed any gun at anybody, said, get out of the water, nobody to go back in.
No.
Right. Of course. But you appreciate that you didn't hear, as you've told us before, all the conversations between other persons or among other persons.
No, I didn't hear.
No. You cannot tell us or also what Paria officials may have told the persons who were in the water?
No, I can't.
No. But you were there, notwithstanding making what we consider possibly a reasonable decision. You couldn't help with the dive because you didn't have the equipment.
No, I couldn't.
But you were there,
yes.
Still. And in some form or fashion, in communication with Paria officials. Yes?
Some form of fashion, I guess.
Yes. I'm not trying to trap you, no. I'm sincere when I told you, thank you for what you did as best as you could. But you understand the chain of command more than anybody else. You're a military man, yes? Huh?
Yeah.
What time did you leave the scene to go retrieve, to help bring back divers? What time did you actually leave?
About 6:30, yeah.
Around 6:30.
Yeah.
By which time you knew that someone had come out of the pipe alive.
Yes.
Yes. As a human being first, your anxiety was to try, okay, if you could get the other guys.
Yes.
Isn't that why you left to go and hasten bringing the other divers?
Well, because I got instructions to do so, yes.
Yes, but you as a person, right? You mashed the gas extra board going to get these guys, right?
Yes.
To come back. Yeah. You do not know what happened, as the chairman indicated, during that at least 1 hour before you returned in relation to other Coast Guardsmen from the big boat.
I can't. I was not
No,
there.
of course, that's the point. But that big boat, like, was it an OPV size?
Small, about 50 meters.
150
length.
feet.
50 meters length. Yeah.
Right, about 150, 160.
Oh.
That had little dingy, what I call the small boats that we used to put on them so they could come in.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you call them? Oh, the big boats have smaller ones on them.
Yes, yes.
Service craft. I know.
It's a dinghy, it's an interceptor.
An interceptor, fast moving, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right. And that is used to bring sailors to and fro from wherever they wish to have gone, correct?
Yes.
So when you left that area, you do not know whom or how many others may have come from that, shall I call it a larger boat? What's the name of that big boat? We have a few.
I can't remember which one it was. It was one of the damning patrol craft.
What's the name, you remember?
I can't remember which one it was.
But that is one of the modern boats, fully equipped as far as you're aware, correct? Huh?
Yeah, as far as I'm aware.
None of those had life-saving lifelines on them, to your knowledge? You know, like airlines and so?
Yeah, we mean like diving equipment?
But yes.
Yes, they're supposed to be equipped with diving equipment.
There you go. So was an inquiry made, and I'm not blaming you, right? And again, I thank you. Any inquiry made by anyone there as to the capacity and what that boat was furnished with, whether it could have assisted there and then?
I don't know.
No. Mr. Hargreaves, what time did he arrive on the scene?
We got back down there, could probably be around 9 p.m.
Around 9. And what time you said you left the scene?
6:30.
And the next time you returned, Mr. Hargreaves would have been there?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're talking about 2.5 hours in your absence, isn't it?
Could be about, yeah.
Yeah. Do you know the names of the other two of your colleagues who were armed with machine guns and sidearms?
The other two, when I went back down, you mean?
No, when you first went, remember you said you had two guys, two friends,
Yes.
two, what do you call them in
That was my crew, the crew.
Your crew. Do you know the names of your crew members who had guns?
Can't remember the names right now, but
That's all right.
I have it on a. Yeah,
It happens. It happens. Do you know whether anybody took a statement from them as to what they did or did not do or said?
I don't know. I don't think so.
There you go. So you can't speak to what they said or did.
I'm speaking for myself.
No, yeah, brother. Once again, no trick question here. Straight as you get, Ramada, right? As straight as it is. You cannot say with honesty what they said or did, because you were focused on other things too, isn't it?
I was.
Right.
But they are under my charge.
Of course.
Right.
Of course. And congratulations. So, Mr. Hargrave returns around 9-ish. Around there, right? That's only 30 minutes. He's what rank?
Lieutenant.
Lieutenant.
Yeah.
He's, I understand, in retirement now?
I've heard so, yes.
Yes. Do you know how long after this incident he retired?
I don't know, no.
Okay, no problem. So, as you have indicated, as you say, command structure, and so at that point in time, in that area that you had arrived at, Paria was the authority there. It was the assets, yes?
Yeah.
As you have already told us, you do not know what Paria officials would have told other persons.
No.
No. You do know, as you've been telling us, that there were persons on, in and out of the water while you were there.
Yes.
You personally did not attempt to stop anyone.
No.
No. But did you become aware at any point that diving had come to a screeching halt, efforts to dive?
At a point when they ended for the night, I believe. Yeah.
Who
I
ended?
don't know who ended the operation.
No, but when you returned, was there any effort being made to dive when you returned around 9?
Yeah, there were efforts.
Who made efforts to dive?
I don't know who.
Was it military men?
I know they were making assessments while they were there, but I don't think they attempted to dive now.
There you go. Did you see anybody dive when you returned at 9 o'clock?
Yes, I remember it had two guys in some big suits with some helmets, and they went under the water. But I don't know who they were from, what company they were from, or what.
I see. Well, you did the best you could to help us. Now, when you were on scene, when you had just arrived and until you left, your two armed colleagues were in the same area with Paria personnel. Isn't that accurate?
They were on the boat with me.
Yeah. So they never left the boat?
Yes, that the only time we left the boat is when we came off on the platform and we had just reached.
Let's deal with that.
Speak to the supervisor.
So, I beg your pardon. I didn't mean to interrupt you. So, but they did leave the boat together with you.
Yes.
So a full sum, how many Coast Guards men now on the platform?
There's about 3 of us up there.
3. Yeah. And when you were on the platform, there were Paria personnel in and around the area you were at.
Yes.
Yes. Do you also see part of your duty, not just in terms of rescue, but protection and carrying out instructions?
Yes.
Yes. That includes carrying out instructions to protect Paria's property.
No, the Coast Guard is not a private security firm.
I know that. It is not a private security. Okay. Everybody laugh and hear this one now. It is the people of Trinidad and Tobago who pays for it.
Yes.
Correct. Therefore, it not being a private security, Paria's assets fall as a company belonging to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes. And you appreciate that part of Coast Guard duty is to protect public property.
Yes.
Yeah. Paria had its own private security. You know that? Do you know that?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Probably.
So as far as you are concerned, you are the only ones who had the wherewithal to protect property on that evening.
I wasn't there to protect property.
You're going well.
I was there to render assistance.
Yes. And what assistance did you render?
I provided transport for the dive team.
Right. And anything amounted to help save the lives of those divers?
When the dive team got there, the senior diver was L.T. Hargreaves. He would have been in talks with whoever representatives he met there. I had nothing to do with anything they discussed.
No. Once again, brother, I'm not here to blame you. Understand, we congratulate your efforts. Hargreaves spoke to representatives of whom? Paria?
I don't know who you're speaking to.
But they were in uniform and so what I mean, the PPEs, the jumpsuits and so, yeah?
There was others in regular clothing.
Thank you very much. Yeah, you saw a woman there as you told us. You carried on. You didn't say so. I beg your pardon.
No.
You didn't see a woman there?
There were men and women there, yeah.
How many women you thought you saw that?
I can't remember.
The woman spoke to you at all?
I can't remember that, no.
Did you speak to a woman there?
Can't remember, no.
You can't remember. Well, you are the person coming in, you're the Coast Guard, the cavalry are arriving to save the day. Who did you first think you needed to speak with when upon your arrival?
I said I went to the platform and I spoke to the man who identified himself as the supervisor on the platform.
Supervisor belonging to whom? Private security?
Paria, I believe.
Yes. So, having spoken to the supervisor, at no stage did you get his name?
Yes, I got his name.
What's his name?
I can't remember his name.
You took a note anywhere?
Yes, it's written down.
Where?
On the patrol report.
On the?
A patrol report.
A patrol report. Do you know whether that has been made available to the commissioners and his fantastic legal team?
I do not know.
Do you think that would have been important in terms? Well, let me make it helpful. When was that report done?
The report is done after any run the interceptor mix. So whenever we go out, you come back in, yeah.
It's a log, isn't it?
Yes, it's a log, yes.
And you yourself made that log?
Yes.
When did you make that log? That entry into the log?
When we got back to base.
What time would that have been?
It's on the patrol report.
And who has access to that now?
Coast Guard operations.
Who is head of Coast Guard today?
Who's head of Coast Guard today?
Yeah.
The acting commanding officer is Commander Isaac.
Isaac? And who is the Chief of Defense Staff? Don't answer that. I know you ought to. Now, after you made your entry into that log, as you've just hinted to us, the name of the person you spoke with, or the names of persons you spoke with, would be entered there, wouldn't it?
Yes.
And the instructions you may not have received from person on that. Is that accurate?
Yes.
But to be fair to you, that wasn't your highest priority, the log.
The log is written up after they come back in.
Yeah, but that is not your highest priority as a seaman, as a human being, as a Trinidadian and Tobagonian. Were you not very disappointed that no lives were retrieved under the care and control of the Coast Guard?
If I was disappointed, I understood the situation, and it seemed that the Coast Guard couldn't do much to help.
And you wanted to do more, isn't it? If you could have saved them, you would have, wouldn't you?
Yes, if I could have, I would have.
Yeah, and you are disappointed as a human being that, with what you had, you couldn't do it, isn't it?
I guess.
No trick question there. But you knew that there were persons who were there willing and able and available to do rescue. Correct?
I did not know that, no.
You did not know that. So did you know that efforts were being made by persons who were going into the water to try to get to rescue persons?
Yes, I saw that, yes.
Yeah. Would it shock you to learn that persons instructed that they should not continue any effort to rescue?
I've been hearing that is what happened.
And you have reason to doubt that?
I don't know.
You don't know exactly the point. Thank you so much, Commissioner.
Once again, I'm a little disturbed to find out that there's some log somewhere which might help us all understand what was happening contemporaneously. You're telling me that there is a log available which would have your notes of what happened on the night, virtually contemporaneous with the events?
Every time you go to sea, when you get back, you have to do what's called a patrol report.
Well, it doesn't surprise me in the least. What does surprise me is that we've been asking the Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard for information about their involvement in this matter, particularly given the nature of some of the allegations being made at this inquiry and before, for material in relation to it. What did we get from the Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard? The statement of Lieutenant Eric Hargreaves, who is apparently retired. We've had nothing from them at all. I'm not having a go at you, please understand this. We've had nothing from them at all. We have had to issue summonses for people to attend, you included. Did you get any instruction from Mr. Commander Isaac to provide a statement to this inquiry?
No, I didn't.
When was the first time that you heard that you were supposed to come along and give evidence?
It was about a week before the first day I was supposed to come, which was the 21st of November, about a week before, or actually, so a few days before.
When you received the summons?
Yeah.
Yes, because of the lack of response from the Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard. It's not your fault. All right, it's not your fault. But it is, to say the least, disappointing. I mean, are we serious about trying to find out what happened? All right. Anyone else, please? Yes. Thank you, Mr. Ramadan. Now we have Miss Alfonso, who's going to ask you a few questions on behalf of the union. Can we try and get this done before lunch, please?
Yes, certainly. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good, I think it's afternoon now. Good afternoon, leading seaman Ledgerwood. Have I pronounced it right?
Yes, you pronounced it
Thank
right.
you very much.
Good afternoon.
Right. Leading seaman, could you tell us what kind of boat that you would have left Staubles with at about, you said 1600 hours, 4 o'clock?
It's a fast patrol boat, so it's more or less a speedboat.
Okay,
So
so
like
like a pirogue or something?
It's about 40 feet in length, so
Okay.
bigger than a pirogue.
Okay, so like a big pirogue, kind of,
Yes.
right? Okay. And you said you received a call at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Whom did you receive that call from?
From my operations department. Whenever I'm working, they always call me whenever I have to go to sea. That is where I get my instructions from.
Okay. Is there a particular person in the operations department that you received that call from?
On every day, there's a duty operations officer.
On this day? I beg your pardon. My bad.
Yes.
On this day, on the 25th of February.
There would have been a duty operations officer on the day, yes.
Okay. You recall who that person is?
I can't recall who that person is.
Okay. So you received a call from whoever the duty officer was on that day?
Not from him directly or her directly, but from the department that calls me to disseminate the information.
Okay. From a person from the operations department?
Yes.
But you can't recall that person?
No.
Rank of that person?
No.
Okay. And did that person who you can't recall give you any instructions?
Yes, the instruction was to go to the Paria area. The instruction was persons went under the water and they didn't come back up. We need to go to render assistance.
Okay, so your instructions was to travel to the site.
Yes.
And to render any assistance that you could.
Yes.
Those were instructions. And you were as a leading seaman, you were the senior rating on the 40-foot, something bigger than a peril.
Yes.
And you had 5 other persons with you or 6 other persons?
5.
5 others. So a crew of 6 altogether.
Yes.
So you made your way, you would have told the commissioner, down to Paria, and you would have arrived before 5 o'clock.
Yes.
Okay. And when you arrived, did you go on the, I think, crane barge that belongs to LMCS?
On the what?
Crane barge, a barge. Did you see a barge? Did you go on that barge?
There was a barge here. No, I didn't go on the barge. I went on the platform. There was a platform with a little kind of slip, a jetty. I went alongside there and I went up on the platform and spoke to the supervisor.
Okay. And when you spoke, you said the person who you identify as a supervisor, and I think in response to my friend, Mr. Ramadar, you said a Paria supervisor.
I believe it was.
Okay. Was that berth noisy at all?
I can't remember it being that noisy,
Okay. Wasn't a compressor or anything running or people moving around?
At times there was something running.
There was something running?
Yeah.
Okay. So it might have been a little bit noisy.
Yeah.
So you have 5 other officers with you, leading seamen.
Yeah.
What would those officers have been doing? They were with you at all times?
Yes, they were with me.
So everywhere you went, they went?
Yes. I didn't stay long on the platform. I just get the information and then I went back on the boat.
Okay. And when you were providing transportation, as you say, because you're a faster boat, to various divers or various people, all of your crew, the remaining 5 members of crew were always on the vessel with you?
Yes, they were.
Okay, so that's it. Now you mentioned there being a larger Coast Guard vessel somewhere in the vicinity.
Yes.
Okay. And you said it was one of the Daman 50-meter vessels.
Yeah.
Okay. And you said that that vessel was too big to come in where you were?
I believe that would have been the reason there.
Okay. Well, if I told you that oil tankers come into that area, you would think that a 50-meter would be able to come in too, yeah?
Well, I guess.
Yeah. You guess? Okay. That 50-meter vessel, whatever its name is, did it not have a small boat moving from that vessel and in various areas around the water as well?
No, I don't think so.
Was there any other Coast Guard vessel in the water when you were there, leading seaman?
No.
You're certain?
Yes.
Okay. So the only time that you can't account for is when you return to base, to Stobbles, to collect the dive team.
Yes.
And all your 6 members went with you.
Yes.
And you're not able to say what happened in that period between when you left to collect the dive team and when you returned with the dive team.
I cannot know.
Okay. Thank you very much, Leading Seaman. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Alfonso. Anyone else? Yes.
Oh, sorry.
Good afternoon. Kamini Prasad Maharaj for LMCS.
Good afternoon.
The vessel that you would have left at in the vicinity of the incident, of the place of incident. Can you say what crew was present there?
I can't say what crew was present.
Or how many persons?
No.
Are you aware that there was a crew on board in the vessel?
Well, yeah, they were sailing the vessel, so they had a crew.
They had a crew, but you won't be able to say how many people.
No.
Is there a standard number that are used for those size boats?
Yes, but the number varies based on I don't know, different detachments. Some people who actually work on the boat, they might have something else to do at the time of duty.
Right.
So the number varies. So I can't say how many crew was on the boat.
Well, it's more than one and less than 50. So give us an idea of what the normal crew would be.
Around 20.
Right, thank you.
Well, as you know, I'm guessing it's playway. But the thing is, the chairman said that they're going to be going on a break just now. So they better not be playing playway when they announce when they're going for a break, because then we'll miss it. And then we'll not be exactly sure when the commission is returning, right? So I hope TTT makes it quick with their nonsense playway or whatever they're going to be showing now. I really hope they make it quick. But anyway, so let's while it's on adverts, let us look at what some of you have been saying. So Easley the Young on YouTube says, people, the front of the booth can accommodate large ships. That vessel is too small for the front and too big for the service landing at the back. All right, so this is what saying. Trev says, wasn't she supposed to answer questions about a certain ferry charter on the port? Okay, I think that's probably referring to something else. Hold on. Just looking at some of your comments. Yeah, look, the Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard was rightly reprimanded for the fact that, of course, they have failed, along with Paria, to provide the relevant evidence that will be critical to this commission. As you saw, a number of members of the Coast Guard have had to be summoned by the commission, right, with threats of punishments and so on for failing to assuage to the demands, right? And it's quite frankly shocking that the commission and its lawyers have had to go through this extent to try to get some kind of justice. You would think that actually, everybody concerned would be cooperative, and that what we're seeing is that just has not happened. and that's really concerning. Right now I'm looking at TTT, and okay, I was just about to say just showing ads. Right, I haven't seen Playway start yet, so I don't know what's going on, why they're wasting our time. Usually they cut away for ads, right? So why they decided to just stop for ads in the middle of the thing is a little bit concerning to me. But anywho, so let's look at some of your comments. Yeah, I'm seeing people's complaints about Alfonso. She doesn't really seem to be paying much attention to what's going on at any given moment. And that can be quite infuriating, because you're wasting our time when you can move on and focus on issues that actually matter, right? Some people are asking, people are saying that, with respect to the Coast Guard's response, it just shows you how Trinidad and Tobago works, right? It highlights the inefficiencies of the way that we do things and take things seriously. Michelle Barreto says, Okay, there's some comments that I won't show because, you know, it's kind of, we can't really say for sure. Okay, so Nicholas Ralph says, TNT Coast Guard's work is all fun and games, lime and hang out until it's time to actually perform or function as the Coast Guard. It's quite a strong statement, but it really does appear to be so when, you know, you can be coming to commission to give evidence and not think that you are required to hand over such critical information such as a log and so on, so that people can actually cross-examine you against the information that you would have logged on the day, right? And to be hearing a leading seaman Ledgerwood say repeatedly he's not aware, or that is very concerning, right? Folks, it's very difficult to kind of follow your comments because the comments are coming through from all platforms at the same time, right? So the comment ticker moves very quickly. So let's see what people are saying. Okay, so Trev says, don't offshore vessels dock and take bunkers or another dock? I can't speak to that. I don't know. Maybe if someone in the comments knows, they can answer that question. Jonathan Bihari says, the Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard's uncooperativeness in the first instance speaks volumes. Kevin Boudou says, Trinidad's supposed to have the best trained Coast Guard because of the fact that we are an oil and gas industry. That's a very good point, by the way. But Prakash actually raised a very good good point about the fact that you know, what's it? It's owned by the state, right? So okay, let's see. Somebody says, so why don't the commission on channel 9 have regular programming on 13? All right, so folks, all we will do at this point in time is just wait. I see some people typing comments. But yeah, look, I'm following the feed live as well. And so as soon as the commission restarts, I will put it back up on the screen. So in the meantime, just share the live stream, keep commenting, stay focused on what's going on. As this stuff comes back on, I will ensure that you know who's on the screen, you know who's asking the questions, so that you can stay in tune with what's happening. Somebody says here, at Paria's OSP, you can go to number 8, or if Berth is not in service, take on bunkers via bunkership. I think someone is answering a previous question that was asked, right? Okay. All right, so we will just wait until it restarts, folks. So share the live, keep talking, and we'll get back to the proceedings as soon as possible, hopefully.
Is that because of us?
Basically, yes.
Well, enjoy the rest of your day off. Tell him tomorrow, but I suspect you'll have had a letter before then. Thank you very much indeed for coming. Free to go.
Thanks.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
So the position is this. Mr. Hargreaves is going to be giving evidence from Barbados. Yes, he is in Barbados. We have arranged for him to have a video link at 2:30 today. So what I suggest we do is that we will rise now. We will come back shortly before 2:30 in the hope that we can have a video link set up for him. And then after him, we'll have Rolf Seals from Kenson. I mentioned Mr. Pegas notwithstanding my instruction that he should provide his statement by midday on Friday. Apparently it arrived at Saturday night. Anyway, he will be giving his evidence after Mr. Hargreaves. We'll conclude then today, all right?
Mr. Chairman, if I may, Saturday night or Friday night?
Friday night.
Right, and we did provide an explanation. He was offshore on Friday, so unavoidably we could not have done it.
I know.
Okay, much
well, you've only had 7 months. Never mind.
Actually, no. He was notified in late October, if I may.
No, I struggle to understand why everybody seems to be completely ignorant of an inquiry taking place. Your president announced back in March of this year that there would be a public inquiry, and nobody does anything. Are you waiting for us to say, please make a statement, please come and join us? We did say that, but I said it myself back in August. Nothing happens. Anyway, it is what it is. We have it now, and he will give his evidence this afternoon. Whatever time it is, he will be giving his evidence this afternoon.
For sure. Yes.
Thank you very much. So we'll adjourn now. We will resume literally a couple of moments before past. I hope that we can have a prompt start at 2:30. Thank you very much indeed.
Okay, so we're going to be resuming at 2:30, as you heard. But goodness, I don't think the chairman is having a very good time. Very good time today. He's telling off a lot of people today. Just now, he was telling off the lawyers in Trinidad and Tobago for being very lackadaisical in their work, right? Anyway, the commission starts back at 2:30, I believe I heard. So, I think. Let's put that up on the screen quickly. Yeah, it's today's from the moment we got going. It was licks for people, and the lawyers are making lots of excuses, and he's just not having it, right? He's been telling off a lot of people today about the excuses and whatnot. He's just beside himself with trying to figure out why on earth everybody is not taking this inquiry seriously. Not providing the information, asking frivolous questions, all sorts of things. I think he's starting to get a little bit frustrated with the way that that we're conducting affairs in Trinidad and Tobago. So we are currently on a break. We will return at 2:30. So be here for that. In the meantime, I will not end the stream. Okay, so you can just go away and come back, or stay, keep it open, whatever you want to do. But the stream will not be ended, right? So speak to you guys soon.
you are armed as a Coast Guard officer attending to nature out at sea. So yes, they would have weapons to carry out their duties. As such, they were given instructions to do such, to go and attempt or to go and see whether what it was going on. So the squadron department that goes to sea, they are all armed.
Okay. So let me get to the final aspect of it. So according to you, you left Stoble's Bay with the intention of doing a rescue, correct? Assisting in a rescue, okay?
Assisting in a rescue, yes, sir.
And you thought this rescue would have been in open waters, correct?
Yes, sir.
Right.
Yes, sir.
When you got there, you found out it was not a rescue in open waters, correct?
Yes, sir.
And therefore, as far as you were concerned, you considered you all were not trained for that. You have no equipment for that, correct?
Yes, sir.
So what was your mission? What was your mission then at Paria for the rest of the evening and into the night and the early hours of the morning? What was your mission?
To render any assistance that they would be needed. I was given instructions to stay. I was given instructions to stay on site and to render any assistance.
Who gave you
that Paria or any? Was that?
Who gave you those instructions?
Those instructions would have come from the duty commanding officer.
So the Coast Guard commander gave you instructions to remain on site to give whatever assistance is necessary, or was it assistance only in respect of rescuing?
Assistance to rescuing. That is our main purpose.
Well, when you went there, you could not rescue because you could not assist in rescuing. So what was your mission there, remaining there? Was it to help out Paria in carrying out instructions?
No, sir.
Was it to help in rescuing?
It was to help in rescuing, yes, sir.
But you could not help in rescuing because you cannot rescue by diving into a pipeline.
Correct.
So how could you help in the rescue?
Because that is the role of the Trans-Siberian Coast Guard in any seagoing nature. We are there to assist. And if it is, we have to stay there and see what is going on. We were there to assist. As I told Ms. Balgisoon, if any assistance they needed in anything, we are here.
Any assistance, who needed? Paria needed? Or LMCS needed? Any assistance, who needed?
Anybody who wanted the assistance, they could have asked for it.
So anybody who wanted to go and dive in the pipeline, you would assist for them to dive in the pipeline?
I would assist, not for me to dive in the pipeline, if they wanted to go and dive in the pipeline.
But it had people who were saying that they wanted to dive in the pipeline. Do you know that?
Well, sir, up to this time, when we were there, nobody came and told us we wanted to attempt to dive in the pipeline.
I have no further questions.
Just taking stock for a moment, please. You, I believe, arrived with your team of 10 scuba diving rescuers at about 8:45 that evening.
Yes, sir.
That you will have had well in mind was well over 3 hours after Mr. Boudram had come out of the pipe. You knew that?
No, sir.
I'm sorry, you didn't know that?
Wait, just now, you're saying that 3 hours?
I'm asking you if you knew that Mr. Boudram, the man who had been rescued from the pipe, had come out about 3 hours plus before you arrived.
No, I didn't know that, sir.
Well, why wouldn't you have asked?
I was told by Ms. Balgisoon when I got there.
You were told what?
That Mr. Boudram was one of the guys who was rescued. When I got there, she told me that.
You would have wanted to know, surely, how long before he had been rescued. Wouldn't you?
Well, sir, I did ask to attempt to talk to the individual, but they said he was on this.
Forget him, right? Forget Mr. Boudram. He's been whisked off to hospital. I want to know, please, You're going there to effect a rescue. Now, I appreciate you couldn't because you didn't have the right people, and I'll come to that in a minute. But I want to understand, you see, presumably you would have wanted to know, first of all, when did this accident happen? What time? Second, did they have breathing equipment when the accident happened? Third, what time did Mr. Boudram come out of the pipe? Fourth, how long since then to now has he been out of the pipe? All of these must have been relevant factors for you to estimate whether you were prepared to even consider a rescue of your own people, by your own people. Surely. Now, you may not remember doing that, but surely you must have done.
Well, sir, I believe at the time in questions was asked, but at the same time it's based on what answers was given. So yes, we may have asked it, but I'll be honest, I really cannot remember at that time because, as I said, it was late in the night and there were lots of confusion on. I did ask about Mr. Boudram and he said that he was at the hospital. And I did question if it is we could go and interview him. And I believe I was turned down. I can't say, but I can't remember who, because they didn't tell us which hospital he was or anything like that.
You were turned down?
But, well, they told us he couldn't be interviewed at this time because he was at the hospital.
Who told you that?
I can't remember, sir.
Was it the lady?
But I really can't remember who it was, if it was Ms. Balkisoon. Right. But I know I did ask about his welfare and how was he, and they said that he was a little shaken up.
Well, because you would have regarded it as important to have got from the person who's just emerged from the pipe such information as he might have been able to give you if you were going to send anybody or allow anybody to go into the pipe. I follow that. But anyway, are you telling us that you did not appreciate that between the time that this accident happened and your arrival at Berth 6, that 6 hours had passed?
No, sir, because when I got the initial call...
Never mind about the because. Is it a yes or a no to that? You can give me the because in a minute. Are you saying that you did not know, no one told you that there was a 6-hour gap between the accident happening and your arrival of your 10-man team arriving to effect a rescue? Did you know that or not?
I would say I did not know fully because when I got the call after 4 in the afternoon, I was just told of an incident that 4 divers was missing.
Yeah.
And, right, so that's why I'm saying that I was aware, but I was not aware of the detailed information at the time.
This is not detailed, forgive me, Mr. Hargreaves, you're an extraordinarily experienced diving expert, certainly with scuba. With many, many years and many qualifications, only a few of which have been read out by Mr. Bissessar. But anybody who wants to look can have a look online. You've got a large number of qualifications as a diver and a huge amount of experience. You know more than most that anybody who is underwater, even as an experienced diver, has limited time.
Yes, sir.
Right.
Yes, sir.
And it follows from that that you, as a first-line rescuer, would have wanted to have effected a rescue, if it was possible, as soon as possible. Yes?
Yes, sir.
Right. Now, one of the things you would want to know, beyond anything else, is when did this happen? How long is it? How long have they been missing? Surely that is the... If not the first thing, it's got to be at least the first 3 things you'd want to know.
Well, sir, actually I did. But again, the information coming through to the operations department, they only indicated to me that when the incident happened, which I got the call at after 4, that it happened, I believe it happened, could be about after 2 minutes to 3 in the afternoon, that incident happened at Paria. So yes, what have been my questions would have been, how long would have been missing and how long again in that sense. But again, the information was not detailed. And for a diver of my nature to get detailed information, because you must have the detailed information to perform such a rescue, at least you'll understand your parameters in what you would have attempted. And it's only when we understood that they were sucked into the pipeline. Then we realized that, okay.
Forgive me, forgive me, I'm going to stop you because, you know, in a way, it's not really, I'm not really interested in that level of detail.
Okay, sir.
I simply want to know from you, and it is a pretty straightforward question, Lieutenant. Either you knew it was 6 hours had passed or you didn't.
No, sir, I didn't know it was 6 hours ago.
Okay. Anyhow, the fact is we now know it was, and obviously that would have, had you known, would have affected your view about things, all right? In the event, you identified 4 separate matters that you thought were important to reject any question of your people being able to go and effect a rescue, correct? 4
yes, sir.
things you identified. One was this was a confined space. That is to say that what you describe it as, there was no room for maneuverability. Somebody couldn't turn around in the pipe, could they?
Yes, sir, because based on the size of the equipment that we use, our BCD is 18 inches in width. And
it made it even more restrictive.
Correct, sir. So
yes.
Once you have on the right equipment, yes, it would have been very difficult, especially with fins.
Mr. Hargreaves, I'm not criticizing your assessment. I think they're entirely fair points, all right? I just want to address them if I may, all right? First one is that you say that you didn't, that there was no room for maneuverability. And part of the reason why you observed that was because your people were not trained in confined space rescue, were they?
Yeah. Correct, sir.
Right. So if you had someone who was trained in confined space rescue, that would have dealt with that issue for you, wouldn't it?
Yes, sir. I believe that would have.
Second point, that you didn't have the necessary equipment. You said you had inappropriate equipment, which you've identified to us and to Mr. Maharaj. And that is the truth, isn't it? You didn't have the appropriate equipment.
Yes, sir.
But there were others who were there who did, weren't there? That's right, isn't it? You have to say yes or no. Yeah. So there were. Sir. So that dealt with that point, didn't it?
Yes, sir.
Right. The third thing you identified was that you were unaware of the cause of the incident, or it was still unconfirmed. Is that right? You didn't know what had actually caused these men to be sucked into the pipe, did you?
Correct, sir. No, sir, I did not know.
Did anyone say to you the words delta P?
No, sir.
You're looking quizzical. Do you know what delta P is?
Yes, I noticed differential pressure. Yes, sir.
Right, differential pressure, exactly. Did anyone suggest to you that the reason why these men were in the pipe was because they got sucked into there because of a differential pressure?
No, sir.
Did it occur to you that it might be that they were in there because of differential pressure?
No, sir.
So you had no answer to that question as to what might have caused the incident.
Yes, sir, because at the time, nobody was clear-cut to say, well, what caused the incident.
All right, fair enough. All right.
So nobody could really,
leave that one aside. Fourthly, that there was still hazardous material contained within the pipeline.
Yes, sir.
Where did you get that from?
I was told, I believe Ms. Balkisoon, because they said it was an oil riser, so oil would have been lodged in the pipeline itself.
Right.
And I know with oil and the diving equipment is not best of friends, I would say, because one, it malfunctions the equipment, and it is kind of difficult to breathe in scuba with oil in the water.
Right. Well, leaving aside scuba, we've set that to one side. Your view is they shouldn't go in with scuba equipment. But given that there was now top quality equipment for commercial diving available, such as hoses and full head masks and or helmets if necessary, all of that, that would have dealt with your concerns about hazardous material being in the pipeline, would it not?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So the only thing then that I take away from this that you were concerned about and remain concerned about was the fact that nobody, as far as you were concerned, had confirmed to you what had caused the accident.
Correct, sir.
Right, very well. Thank you very much. I don't. Oh yes, there's one other thing I did want to ask you about from your statement. Yes, on Sunday, the 27th of February, paragraph 13 of your statement, please. On Sunday, the 27th of February, you said that there was a virtual meeting, and I asked you about this a little before, all right? But the upshot of that meeting, you knew by then that no rescue mission had actually been performed, don't you?
No, sir.
You didn't know that?
No, sir.
So you mean when you had this virtual meeting, along with your CPO? Who's CPO?
Chief Jarrett. Chief Petty Officer.
Chief Petty Officer?
Yes,
right.
sir.
Chief Petty Officer Jarrett, you and he sat down together in a virtual meeting with whom?
It would have been members of LMCS and the Paria Health and Safety team.
Can you remember who was there?
I believe Mr. Piper was there. There was someone from Heritage. I can't remember her name offhand. The LMCS, I think it was the owner. Yes, he was there. And
all right, I think we know which meeting you're talking about then. Fine. Anyway, these people were there when you had this virtual meeting with them.
Yes, sir.
And there was discussion that was there that the rescue mission was prepared by LMCS.
Yes, sir.
Right. And you say this, however, that method which LMCS proposed to utilize created further opportunity for greater casualties.
Yes, sir. Because based on what they discussed and what they wanted to do,
right.
So my opinion again, as I said, I just find it was hazardous in the way what they wanted to do.
Right. Well,
I don't know if it was.
It's fair.
I don't know if it was.
I'm sorry. Carry on.
No, sir. I'm saying I don't know if it was disclosed the type of rescue event they wanted to try, but again, when they spoke it was kind of inappropriate.
Right.
What they wanted.
Whatever it was, you were uncomfortable with it, and you made that clear.
Yes, sir.
Right. I got you.
Yes, sir.
And then you then say this: an alternative method was then decided on, and a decision was made to have the TTCG diving department return on Monday, the 28th of February, to offer assistance to the ongoing exercise. Well, leaving aside the unfortunate turn of phrase, did you mean by that your team were going to come back on the Monday to offer assistance in a rescue or something else?
No, sir. The alternative method they decided on was to flush the pipe. And that is why they told us to return on Monday to help in aiding the recovery after the flushing would have been commenced.
You mean by then it was already decided that they were dead?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Yes. Hands up, please, for those who are interested in asking Mr. Hargreaves any questions. Yes, Mr. Ms. Mutu, did you have your hand up? Not Mutu. Miss Alfonso, did you have your hand up? I was looking at Mutu thinking he was going to, but yes, sorry. No, perhaps he should tell us.
Yes, I did have, yes,
right.
sir, I did have my hand
All
up.
right, Mr. Hargreaves, Miss Alfonso from the trade union is going to ask you some questions. Maybe Mr. Mutu will do as well, but for the moment, it's Miss Alfonso.
From where?
Oh.
From the union. She'll introduce herself.
Yes, sir, he indicated that he couldn't see anybody else in the room.
Can you see Miss Mutu? Perhaps you'd stand up for a moment.
I'm actually seeing her, yes. I'm seeing her now, yes.
Miss Alfonso is going to stand so you can see.
Okay. Is that any better? Well, this is...
Yes, ma'am, I can see you, yes.
Right.
Okay, thank you very much, Lieutenant. Good afternoon, Lieutenant Hargreaves.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
My name is Nairi Alfonso. I represent the interests of the SWWTU, and I have a few questions I would like to ask you.
Yes, ma'am.
Lieutenant Hargreaves, following from the line of questioning of the Honorable Chairman, I want to try and understand the time frame. You say that you received a telephone call at 4:07 on Friday, the 25th. Could you explain, and you received a call that divers were missing in the water. Let's start with, that's your first information.
Yes, ma'am.
But you don't arrive, and I don't mean you personally, you and your other dive team members do not arrive until 4.5 hours later, and a little bit over that too.
Yes, ma'am.
So if would you consider that an emergency? 4 divers are missing, unaccounted for, in the waters off of Paria's facilities. That would be an emergency?
Yes, ma'am, I would consider it an emergency, yes.
Okay. So those of us who may be called upon to be unfortunate enough to call upon the Coast Guard to assist us in the case of emergency, why would it take 4.5 hours for the designated dive team? Because this is a designated dive team. Actually 2. Why would it take 4.5 hours to get from Storbles to Paria's facilities?
Well, ma'am, one, it was the Friday afternoon. I know the majority of the diving department would have been dispersed already, and who probably would have been home in their house. And when that emergency was called, based on the areas of where my team lives, I have to give them a window to respond to the headquarters, to the diving department base in Stobles Bay. And that is what initiated right after.
So let me get this. So you have a diving emergency. 4 divers are unaccounted for. They're clearly not on the surface. One assumes they're not on the surface. They're underwater. And you think a window of 4.5 hours is what? Rapid response?
No, sir, I wouldn't say a window of 4.5 hours.
Okay, but
in our SOPs.
Okay, from the first time
yes, it took,
you received the call, it took you more than 4.5 hours to reach on the location, yes?
Yes, ma'am, because I had to wait on a vessel to carry us down there.
Okay, so there was also a vessel issue, transportation issue.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Let me ask you something, Mr. Hargreaves. Is the person or the vessel that you came, okay, the vessel that you came from Storbles down to the location at just before 8:45 on Friday, was that captained by Mr. Ledgerwood?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. In the trip, how long did that trip between Storbles and Paria's facility take?
I would say an hour and a half.
Okay. In an hour and a half, Lieutenant Hargreaves, you knew that Mr. Ledgerwood had come from the site to collect you and to carry you back. Did you know that?
No, ma'am.
You didn't know that leading seaman Ledgerwood had been on the scene before he collected the dive team and yourself?
No, ma'am.
So in an hour and a half, Lieutenant Hargreaves, you're the senior officer, you're far senior than leading seaman Ledgerwood. You had no conversation with the leading seaman who had just come from the scene? He didn't tell you anything about the scene that he had just come from?
No, ma'am.
Ooh, most extraordinary. Very extraordinary. So when you arrived on the scene, all you have in terms of information is whatever was relayed to you at 4:07. Missing divers.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
I see. Most extraordinary.
Did you not speak to Mr. Ledgerwood?
When was that, sir?
Well, I thought he came to pick you up.
Well, we had to wait on the vessel. If the vessel came, I don't know where they were, but they came and we went.
Now, when he picked you up and was taking you to Berth 6 to assist with this rescue, did he not tell you, I've just been there. There's a terrible thing, you know, these guys were sucked into a pipe and I managed to get, one of them managed to come out. I was there when he got out. Did he speak to you about it at all?
No, sir. I had no recollection of that information with Mr. Ledgerwood.
He said, I mean, did you talk to him at all about what happened or any information he might have been able to give you about what happened at Berth 6?
No, sir.
I want to be clear about this. Are you saying you can't remember, or are you
So I
saying
can't-
that
I
there
can't-
was
I can't
no
remember.
conversation?
I can't remember any conversation with myself and leading seaman Ledgerwood on the way to Paria with my team. I can't remember any conversation we had.
Of course, if he had any information, it's something you would have wanted to know, isn't it?
Well, so let me be honest. Yes, the information from the leading hand would have been appropriate, but again, he's not a diver. He may not understand what was going on. So at the same time, based on how information is skewed in the process, it would have been better that I get the proper information when I receive on site and not from a third party or fourth party.
Well, your loyalty does you credit, but I'm afraid surely you would have wanted to know every little scintilla of information from an experienced seaman, who would have been able to at least give you his own appraisal. I understand he had one diver with him anyway. But are you seriously saying that you weren't interested in anything he might have been able to give you by way of information before your arrival?
I wouldn't say I was not interested, so that would be inappropriate to say I was not interested.
So help us, please. Is it the case then that he said absolutely nothing to you in the 50 minutes or so that it must have taken him to get you there?
Like I said, sir, I can't recall having that conversation with Mr. Ledger.
Perhaps there was a conversation you've just forgotten then. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Lieutenant Hargreaves, you have a very impressive, well, I'll say a resume, but a very impressive resume of diving qualifications and certifications. Very lengthy and very long. But I noticed two of your qualifications are referred to something called public safety diving. Am I correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, public safety diving, doesn't that involve the recovery of persons and or bodies below the water?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in addition to public safety diving certification, which you received fairly recently, 2019, yes? You also have surface support, a specialty in surface support.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Also in public safety diving.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So part of your training and experience is the recovery of bodies or live people, hopefully more live people. So
yes,
and in confined spaces too.
No, ma'am.
No.
Public safety does not go into confined space diving.
I didn't say pipelines, confined spaces.
No, ma'am. Confined spaces is different. Confined spaces is enclosed. For example, cave diving is considered confined spaces. Anything that is enclosed and inability to maneuver properly is considered confined space diving.
And you don't have any certification in that area?
No, ma'am.
Okay. But you have a certification with respect to what's the right term to use here? Surface supply of air.
Right. Surface supply in support of public safety is that public safety diving is considered law enforcement diving, right? And in law enforcement, you have to be able to support from on top the diver in that capacity. So that is what I mean by that is what the certification meant, where that you could support someone from on top the surface.
Okay.
Is not an event of using air supply from a vessel. That is something totally different.
Okay. But your qualification in public safety diving allows you to, well, your training allows you to effect underwater search and rescue operations, no?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You also have a certification that allows you to inspect underwater pipelines, yes?
Outside of the pipeline, you can do inspections outside of a pipeline to make sure that outside the pipeline, not inside.
Okay, and that includes remote operated vehicles as well. You have a certification in that?
In ROVs, yes, ma'am.
Okay, I hope I got it right. Not remote operated vehicles.
It's the same thing. ROV. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I hate acronyms. I always get it mixed up. So when I know you don't have it in your witness statement. When you arrived at minutes to 9, quarter to 9, thereabouts on Friday, did you find yourself on a vessel called Waterworks?
Waterworks.
A diving vessel, a diving assisting vessel called Waterworks.
I could be because I know we had to use one of the vessels to maneuver onto the platform because they were berthed alongside the one of the areas, and the interceptor had to go alongside there for us to come off. So we had to transit through one of the boats to go onto the platform.
One of the witnesses that preceded you today, Lieutenant Hargreaves, indicated that you were on a dive vessel called Waterworks and that you were inspecting your team. 5 or 6 of the dive team were inspecting the equipment on that vessel. You will agree that happened?
I can't remember, ma'am. Probably did. I can't remember.
And they said that you were very interested in this equipment that you were not familiar with. Would that be correct?
Well, like I said, ma'am, I really can't remember if I did speak to somebody on the vessel or if I did say that. I can't remember.
No, were you? Yes. Okay, so you could have spoken to somebody, but did you inspect equipment? Did you inspect commercial diving equipment, helmets, umbilical cords, that kind of thing?
I am not authorized to inspect those type of equipment, ma'am, because I'm not trading the equipment. I may have an interest in it because it is something that I did want to do at some point. But for me to inspect somebody else's equipment, it'd be very inappropriate for me, especially if I'm not trained or qualified in using the equipment. I can't inspect somebody else's equipment.
Okay. Did you have an interest to the extent that you wanted to see what it looked like?
Well, again, like I said, ma'am, I did have an interest in becoming a commercial diver at some point. And I wanted to see what it looks like as I see. But like I said, I really can't remember if I did do such on that night in questioning, because like I said, we had to use one of the vessels to allow access.
Where's this going, Miss Alfonso?
I just want to know if he saw the equipment.
Well, ma'am, to be honest, diving equipment would have been laid on the deck of the boat. So I mean, if it is we had to pass, yes, it would have been there to go through. But like I said, I can't pick up somebody else.
We've flogged this subject enough. I think. Can we have another subject, please?
Okay. And I don't want to traverse this area again. You would have formed the view that it was not safe for your team to conduct any rescue using scuba or anything else for that matter.
Well, if you don't want to traverse it again.
But I have one question to ask him based on that.
All right.
Mr. Chairman. Would you accept, because you have aside from the qualifications I pointed you to, you have certification as a rescue diver, yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, right? So would you accept, Lieutenant Hargreaves, that if one is to effect a rescue, there may be some level of risk to the rescuer?
Yes.
He is going to rescue somebody, but there may be some level of risk to the rescuer himself, or if it's more than one person. You'll accept that?
Yes, ma'am, I will accept the risk, yes.
Okay. But your job as the head of the dive team would be to mitigate that loss or mitigate that risk or manage that risk.
Yes, ma'am.
Minimize it. Any of those things. That would be your job. Yes?
Yes, ma'am. I must make a proper risk assessment must be done at the site to understand the feasibility of such operation
And as you say risk assessment, Lieutenant Hargreaves, did you make any risk assessment whether a rescue attempt could be made with the equipment that you may have seen laid out on the deck of a certain vessel, even if you can't remember the name of the vessel?
Again, ma'am, as I said, if a risk assessment was done, it would have been done by the team, or even the team that was there before. Because if there was a commercial equipment boat there in the vicinity, which means the supervisor there could have made an assessment also in that capacity, because he is a commercial trained individual. So yes, a risk assessment would have been done on their behalf and provided information in that capacity to the higher authority for an attempt of rescue to be made.
Okay, but you made no such assessment yourself.
I made an assessment.
It can't be done. Your officers can't do it. Your ratings can't do the dive, and you can't do the
Yes,
dive.
ma'am.
Are you familiar with a vessel called Fair Chance?
Fair Chance.
That's a vessel that overturned in Chagaramas.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were you or any of your divers on that scene in April
Yes,
of this year? In April of this year?
Yes, ma'am. We were at the scene, yes.
Okay. My instructions are that certainly Coast Guard divers dived into that vessel.
Yes.
Okay. And this was a little, well, I don't want to say little cargo, but this was a CARICOM cargo vessel, not a very big vessel. Isn't that diving into confined spaces, Lieutenant Hargrave?
I wouldn't say confined space, because one, there's difference between confined space and penetrating dives, right? So a vessel of that nature and size would have considered being a penetrating dive. It is not a confined space, because one, the cabins would have been opened, and what we did first was an assessment around the vessel to see if there were any areas where diving could be done inside the spaces based on the size of the space. That was done first, an assessment.
Is it then your evidence this afternoon that the Coast Guard does have the capability to do penetration diving then?
Yes, but not in a pipeline. It's a totally different concept.
You recall that the Fair Chance was a vessel that had turned upside down, yes?
Yes, ma'am.
So you're diving with the hull this way and the cabins and accommodation below water.
It would have been the keel on top and the cabins underneath, yes.
Yes, thank you. But your dive team was quite capable of performing that, what turned out not to be a rescue either.
I would say we performed because one, what we identified, there were a lot of debris in the boat that caused us to reach to the diver, to the victims that were in the vessel, because of the amount of debris that was doing blockage of the doors and thing. And I remember that was one of the assessments, that there were a lot of debris. And because of where they were located in the lower space of the vessel, it was very difficult to maneuver down through the debris into that space. So that is when a decision was made to float the vessel in that way.
But wasn't that a very difficult dive, Lieutenant Hargrave, because of the cargo that we had come loose, because of all the things that were loose floating around at the top of the vessel, which was below the water?
Again, ma'am, as I said, the assessment that was done by the guys who did the assessment, they came and gave their expert advice on it and say that, this is the most we can do and what is the parameter, because with the information that we got again, that the survivors, or not the survivors, the victims, they were in the area that they wanted us to look. But again, it was inappropriate, and they were actually.
I accept that, Mr. Chairman. I accept that. I got what I wanted from Lieutenant Hargreaves. Thank you very much, Lieutenant Hargreaves, for your information. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Ramadan.
Good afternoon, Lieutenant.
Good afternoon, sir.
You're in Barbados today?
Yes, sir.
I'm Prakash Ramada. I represent the interests of the child of Yusuf Henry and Mr. Kurban, who unfortunately died in the event. Of course, you were very eager for the truth to be told in this matter. Is that true? Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
When did you prepare first your statement?
I believe as soon as the counsels of the state informed me, through the defense force lawyers, that statement is to be provided.
And when was that?
I would believe, could be August, somewhere around there, sir.
And certainly by August, you would have known there were serious statements or considerations that the Coast Guard of Trinidad and Tobago prevented in some form or fashion an effort to rescue the deceased divers. You knew that?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Did you put in your statement any denial of that?
Yes, sir, we did. Yes, sir.
You put in your statement that the Coast Guard did not prevent an attempted rescue of the deceased divers.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Now, when did you go to Barbados?
I left to Barbados on the 25th of May of this year.
Oh, you've been there for this time?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, as a military man, you knew full well, and I'm so grateful to the chairman and, of course, my most learned senior, Mr. Ramesh Lawrence Maharaj, at whose feet I've learned and continue to learn, that you, on the way to the scene and the site as you've described it, made no effort to ascertain from persons who had already been at the site to find out the conditions there. Is that still accurate?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Is that part of your military training, to not find out as much as you could before you arrive?
Well, again, sir, like I said, that getting information.
Is very different, is that part of your military training to not ascertain all that you could before you arrive on site?
I would have gotten the information from the commander who would have been on site at the time.
Training. Is it part of your training to not find out?
Of course, it's part of my training to find out, but again, it's a find out from the authority.
Part of your training, as you've indicated, forgive me for trespassing, Chairman, you did not ascertain from any one of the Coast Guard's men who had been on site. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You knew when you got to the site that you would be meeting someone in authority. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Yes. And who was that person you were expecting to speak or meet and speak with?
I would have believed it would have been the incident commander.
And who be that?
At the time when I met the person, there was Ms. Balkisoon.
Yes.
She was the senior person on site.
Yes.
I would have believed she would have been the incident commander at the time, because she was the one giving me the information, nobody else.
That was very easy. Now, having met and spoken with the incident commander, could you tell us, as best as you can, what time that might have been?
I believe we arrived at 8:43. It probably took us at least 5 to 10 minutes. I would believe around after 9 when we met.
Yes.
Because, like I said, there were a lot of.
We got there, right? Just after 9.
Yes, sir.
Did you ever see and speak to Mr. Piper on site?
No, sir.
No. But you agree, you said the words that basically an assessment on site, and tell us if it is correct, is the best thing, to be on site and making assessments there and then.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, because a lot could be lost in communication. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, even here, there was uncertainty by what your written word was, which I'm sure you would have read before you signed, as to whether you gave an instruction or a recommendation only in relation to Coast Guard's divers or in relation to any diver. You agree with that? Mr. Maharaj so brilliantly handled that. Yes? You agree with that? Yes. Now, Ms. Balkisoon, before I get to that, you said something quite interesting, that there was a lot of confusion in the area that you were operating within. Is that still accurate?
I said, so let me clear up what is confusion.
I want you to be clear.
Right, so because of the there were a lot of vessels in the area. So when I say vessels, other small vessels, small boats,
right?
And it was very confused. It was a confused area for us, especially to get alongside. So that is what I meant by confusion, in that we couldn't really get a proper boating, so we had to use one of the vessels to boat alongside because of the amount of vessels that was pushed in and out of the area that we were around.
I appreciate what you've just said. So that when you got on board to solid ground, when I say solid ground, a non-floating environment, a platform, there was no confusion there.
I wouldn't say it had any confusion, no. I mean, like I said, I was dealing with one individual.
With one individual.
She was,
yeah.
Yes, sir.
Miss Valby.
She was the one providing. Yes, and she was providing the information.
Yes, she was the boss lady. By which time she had already told, certainly you would have known, having spoken with her, that there was a live rescue around 6-ish. At least before 6.
Oh, no, I didn't know that, sir.
So having spoken to the person in authority, you did not know, after having spoken to this person in authority, there was a live rescue around before 6 o'clock that evening?
No, sir. I was just told that Mr. Budam was one of the persons that was rescued. They didn't give a timing. There were no timings of anything of that sort.
You are a diver and you appreciate underwater rescue of men who are submerged, to put it mildly. Time is of the most important essence, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, to make your assessment, you will need to know as to how long.
Timing.
Yeah, how long? You agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Tell me something. In your experience, you knew the incident occurred, as you told Mr. Chairman, around 3 o'clock, and you were there after 9 o'clock, yeah? Yeah?
Yes, sir.
6 hours having passed, yeah? Did you form the view that the men were already dead?
No, sir.
No. I want to suggest, because it is the only possible, reasonable explanation, that many had thought and written them off as dead, and therefore there was no urgency to attempt any rescue for them. Tell me if that doesn't make sense.
That makes perfect sense.
Thank you so much. Mr. Chairman, do forgive me. And I have called you my lordship many times, and I will repeat that.
Pales into insignificance to what I called everybody else, so don't worry about it.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Maharaj dealt with this, and I am almost afraid to trod the ground upon which he has walked. But you went there, and you made a decision to not pursue a dive by the Coast Guard. And he asked you a very significant question, and I will explore that. And thank you, Mr. Maharaj, for this. Your function, after you had made a clear, definitive decision to not endeavor a rescue by the Coast Guard, was no longer part of the rescue of the men in the pipe. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. How many Coast Guards men remained thereabouts on the platform or close to the berth after that decision was made?
After the decision, what our rescue would not be performed?
Yes.
I mean, at the end of the day, we were there until to render any assistance. Yeah. So we remained, but at the same time, as I said, no formal plan came to us indicating of our rescue attempt or anything was going to happen at any time. We were there waiting for assistance to help in any assistance possible.
So you were left literally and figuratively in the dark as to what next, isn't it?
Basically, yes, sir.
Yeah. But did you first, forgive me, your Coast Guard, yes, but first you had Trinidadian and Tobago there, right? You're a citizen, yeah? And before that, even that you're a human being. Were you deeply concerned about the well-being of the men who had gone missing, about whether they're alive, they're dead, what conditions they were in?
Yes, sir, that would have been going through my mind based on the parameters of what happened.
Yes.
And the urgency, as I said, the most we could have done was I'll just keep asking questions about, what is the next step. And this is where I did indicate, I asked Ms. Baskisun, and she, concerning, like, if any required us again for anything, because at the same time, they were not giving us any clear information of if our attempt was to be going on or if our attempt, all I saw, as I said when I reached, was that they were divers in the water in commercial use, put on a riser. And I believe or use that to say, well, hey, probably an attempt is being done at this time.
I want to tell you, first of all, I think the country is grateful to our protective services. You put your lives on the line for us every day. Police, Coast Guardsmen, Defense Force, firemen, and EMT. I just say these things. But what I want to inquire of you is this. And you just told us that you made inquiries of the authority there, Ms. Balkisoon, as to what next. Did she respond to you? What next?
No, sir.
No. So there you were. You two are an authority figure. You are the most senior Coast Guardsman on site. Is it not true?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Ms. Balkisoon was the most senior authority from Paria on site. Is that also true?
I believe so. She was, because like I said,
is what it is. Okay. So you believe that she was, and she's the person that you spoke with, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, what time did you transmit to her that you, as far as you're concerned, could not authorize a dive by your Coast Guardsmen? What time was that?
That would have probably been, I would say, between. It was a little while after. So I believe between, after we spoke, she carried us to the barge, and where the incident happened, because like I said, we were on the platform, so we had to transverse to the barge.
Yes.
And then she showed us around the area of where the tanks of the LMCS divers were.
Sir, with all due respect.
I just trying to ascertain, I'm trying to get a timing, because again, as I said, I don't want to be incorrect.
Oh.
I want to, because like I say, so I would believe between, I would say by 9:20, 9:30.
Yes.
In that aspect, because the walk from the platform to the barge probably took us.
So we cannot have the luxury of time, just like the gentleman who died didn't have the luxury of time for all of this. My question is, right, approximately what time was it that you transmitted your decision to Ms. Balkisoon that the Coast Guardsmen, you could not authorize a dive by them? 9:30ish, 10 o'clock?
It would be before 10 o'clock, yes.
Before 10. But between 9:30 and 10, you think?
Yes, sir.
Right. Now, when you arrived, you saw men in the water, divers, swimmers, whatever, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you see any effort made after you communicated to Ms. Balkisoon, any effort to dive into the pipe? Yes or no?
No, sir.
No. Did you make an inquiry, as you have already told us, what next? Listen, men in there, you know as a diver, every second counts, is that?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Did you make an inquiry from her? What next?
I did ask about
no divers to take place?
No, sir, I didn't get that. I just asked what about the emergency plan.
Yeah. So you never asked her when is the next dive? What is the next effort going to be made to save these men?
Well, actually, they were the ones to provide the information because they were there before.
And having not provided to you as a senior Coast Guardsman interested as a Trinidadian, a human being first, you made no inquiry when are we going to implement anything, isn't it?
No, sir, I did not inquire.
Of course. But tell his lodge, Mr. Chairman and other commissioners, all of Trinidad and Tobago, after you communicated your decision, you cannot tell us that any effort was made to dive into the pipe.
No, sir.
No. Now, how many Coast Guards men were on the scene after you communicated your decision that no Coast Guardsman will be permitted to go into the pipe?
My whole team was there, sir.
How many?
10.
10. A little army, isn't it? I don't know about. Well, you know, if it's a small island, yeah, 10 is a large number of military men. You agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Several of whom were armed with machine guns. Correct?
No, sir. The diving department was armed with machine guns.
None of them had machine guns?
The squadron department, the squadron men on the vessels,
So,
they were the
my
ones.
question is, none of them had guns on the scene?
Yes, sir, the squadron were armed.
Yeah. You know what a bouncer is? The term bouncer.
Yes, sir.
Bouncer.
Yes, sir.
Right. You know what an enforcer is?
Yes, sir.
Right. You know, sometimes they don't have to say a word, the boss man there, and he says something, and the fellas just in the back lay back. As Mr. Gilbert puts it, moving heavy. You said it earlier, the minister. You said the minister travels heavy. Right?
You've become Mr. Gilbertson again.
Did I? I've known him for 35 years. Don't tell me I'm not mistaken who he is. Yeah. Right? You understand the concept, right? To be fair to you, you do not know what Ms. Balkisoon told men who in the water who wished to assist in a rescue. You do not know what she told them.
No, sir.
No. What you do know is that the communication, as you've told us before, was between Coast Guard and who? Who?
Paria.
Yeah. But you're always standing around.
Yes, sir, we are there.
Yeah,
Like I said, you were standing around willing to assist.
And after, just to be clear, after that communication of your decision, there was nobody trying to go into the pipe again. Isn't it true?
Correct, sir.
Yeah. Now, sir, you use the term sucked into the pipe. Suck suggests what? Differential pressure?
A suction.
Yeah, differential pressure. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. You, in the many years, even before you became a Coast Guards man and you went into your diving, and since that time till today, can visualize any rescue into a confined space as a pipe? Can you even visualize that?
With the proper training and equipment,
yes,
it can happen. Because, like I said, confined space diving is what cave divers do.
No, I understand all that. Let's keep it to the pipe. Let's keep this pipe straight, okay? And stay within it, okay? You could visualize that happening with the proper equipment, as you've told us, proper training.
Yes.
And the will to do it. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you ascertain from anyone on site, seeing that you were there, first of all, interested in rescue as an officer of the state of Trinidad and Tobago, that there was that capacity in your numbers? I don't mean Coast Guard, I mean in the numbers who had, you know, the coalition of the willing, if I may put it like that, who were present. Did you ascertain whether there was anyone with that capacity, training, equipment?
No, sir. Nobody at that time came forward
to say altogether about a rescue because the Coast Guard did not take
the witness be allowed to answer the
just
question,
a minute, just a moment. Mr. Ramadar, you can make your speech later on. Right? I'm going to permit you to make a speech later on.
Oh,
looking forward to it. But
I did not know.
I did not know. But yes, please don't make it now. Just ask him questions.
I'm most grateful. But I thought there were questions. But in the question, there may have been the inkling of a speech. Now, I don't mean to speechify you, Mr. Hargreaves, right? But what was my question? Yeah.
It wasn't a question. It was a speech. I keep telling you.
Well, Mr. Peterson has successfully almost derailed me, but I will not get completely derailed. Now, sir, you haven't made the decision. Right? You haven't made the decision that the Coast Guard couldn't and would not go. Did you ascertain whether any in that number of persons who were there, some of whom would have been in the water in and out, as we shall call them, the coalition of the willing had the capacity, that is the training, the equipment, to go in and save lives? Did you?
So as I said, if such information were to come out, Ms. Balki soon would have relayed such to say, hey, we have these people on standby that are willing to assist and want to attempt such. At that time, I can say that nothing of the sort was brought to my attention, and we were just there waiting for further instructions.
And all right. Let me just ask you this, please. Leave aside the 10 divers that you brought yourself. Were there many divers there in the course of that evening?
When they say many divers, as in commercial divers?
Well, any divers at all to start with. Were there a large number, I say a large number, a significant number of divers present during the course of that evening?
I saw 2 vessels, 2 commercial vessels, 2 dive commercial vessels were on site.
Yeah, well, I'm less interested in the number of vessels.
I can't see the number of divers, so I don't know how much their teams would require. I can't see.
Let's be clear. There were probably around another, 10 at least, other divers present other than your own 10.
I can't make that as an assumption of how much, but yes, there were divers present also in the commercial vessels. But I can't say how much.
All right. Well, let's say it's 6. I believe there were more than that, but never mind. Let's say there were just 6. There were 2 vessels fully equipped with commercial diving equipment.
Yes, sir.
And did you, as the most senior officer present and in charge of the Coast Guard present on the scene, did you speak with Miss Balkinsoon, who was the most senior person present on behalf of Paria, as to what use might be made of those divers and their equipment?
No, sir. She did not indicate to me whether those...
No. I want to mind what she indicated to you. Did you say to her, look, Miss Balkinsoon, we are not able to effect this rescue, but it's clear that there are commercial divers here who can. What should we do? You and me, let's work it out. What we're going to do. There are men down there. What are we going to do? Did you ask her that?
No, sir.
Did you make any suggestions at all as to how they might be rescued?
I did ask a question, yes, about how the rescue attempt would have been made.
And the response was?
I didn't really get an answer.
You didn't get an answer. So let me understand this then, Mr. Hargreaves. Between the time when you made it clear that none of your 10 divers were going to carry out any kind of rescue, which you tell us was sometime between 9:30 and 10 o'clock that evening, between that time and when you finally left that night, what were you actually doing?
We were just standing by waiting for any information concerning our rescue. And we were told to stand by to help assist in anything going forward. And I believe I said in my statement that I believe it was around after 11. Let me just get back clear to that.
As a matter of fact, you were never asked to do anything. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I was not asked to do anything.
After you made it clear you were not going to subject any of your divers to any kind of rescue attempt, and you tell us that you were put on standby by Paria, you were not actually asked to do anything.
Yes, sir.
And as a matter of fact, you did nothing.
Yes, sir.
Do you need any more?
Permit me, please. I shan't be long. Now, Mr. Hargreaves, you said something quite interesting to all of us earlier. Just to remind you, you said that you had made efforts to speak with Christopher, the survivor. Is that still true?
Yes, I did ask about his welfare when I said that I wanted to speak to him, because he was the person who was rescued. and I was told that he was in the hospital.
Yeah.
And I believe that they were not allowing anyone to see him.
Yes. And to be clear with you, we understand your reputation precedes you, sir, that you are a man with specifics. You're a very specific person, scientifically minded, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Who is it there that didn't want you to speak to him?
I really can't recall who is the they, but I know, like I said, I was passing the information through Ms. Balkisui.
Yes.
To get information. So I believe
the short circuit, the long version, somewhere along that line, you got from Ms. Balkisui, who was on your end, that there was a reluctance for you to speak with Christopher. Isn't that accurate?
I would believe so, yes, because again.
Thank you. Now, you said also something quite interesting. Do you know Mr. Kurban's son attempted rescue, so his father and his brothers in water? Do you know that?
Did I know if he attempted?
Yes, to rescue his own father and his colleagues.
No, I was only told that he helped with Mr. Budram. I didn't know about the other.
You knew he had actually gone into the chamber, correct?
You
I'll put it as gently as I could, because you're not saying that you knew he went into the pipe. You knew he had gone into the chamber, correct?
The habitat, yes.
Yes, habitat. But he was acting erratically.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. In other words,
I mean, he was emotional, very emotional, very emotional.
Of course, your daddy dying, and he's right there, and you have all of the resources of Trinidad and Tobago available, and nobody going in to save his own father. What do you expect him to be?
All right.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I lost my dad, so I understand. So, you know, Mr. Peterson could talk about cameras.
Yes,
all right. But I have heart.
And look, I'm not going to get into a spat over this, but you do need to just confine yourself to asking questions.
Of course.
At the time. As I've said to you already, I will give you your opportunity to make your speech at the conclusion of all of this. All right. Yeah. Now, you will have that opportunity.
Of course. But you use the word erratic.
Yes,
you understand? That's a specific term you used.
Yes, sir, because he was using a lot of explicit language.
Right.
He was. Yes,
yeah,
he was.
Yeah.
Yes, he was.
And in fact, apart from the obscene language, he was basically, what are you all doing? Isn't it? What is going to happen? What is the plan? Anybody going to help save the men? Isn't that what he was about?
He was not talking to specifically the divers as in us, because yes, we were there, but he was speaking in general on the deck of the LMCS barge.
Right.
Yeah, that is what
were you from when he was speaking these obscenities and other things?
I would say about 3 feet.
3
because
feet,
at that time,
right in your face, right up.
No, I wouldn't say at that time we were actually understanding that COVID was still around, so we were not really speaking in close proximity, but 3 to 4 feet apart. Yes, he was.
So you were exercising COVID protocols, yeah? Yeah. You were concerned about COVID protocols?
Well, sir, I don't want nobody speaking in my face in that manner.
Right. So, in other words, he was literally within your space.
Yes, he was.
Yeah. You were offended by that, were you not?
I wouldn't say offended, because like I said,
back off.
No, I didn't.
Did you back off?
No, I didn't.
So you maintained the protocols with the space of 3 feet?
He walked off eventually.
Eventually, I'm coming to that.
And after he walked off, that was the last time I saw him.
You were an authority figure. Did you at the time know that he was intimately involved in rescue operations?
I was not intimately. All I know is that he was the person that rescued Mr. Budram. That's all I was told.
It never came to your attention that his father was in the pipe?
No.
Nobody told you this?
No.
No.
The names of the persons in the pipe were not disclosed at that time to me.
That's all right. That's all right. We're not talking about names here. So when did you first
learn? No, but you said specifically his father. So how would I have known his father was in the pipeline if names were not provided?
Oh, okay. That's fine. You appreciate somebody, you could know somebody's relationship, father, son, without knowing the names. You know that, right? Just to humor you a little bit. You know that, don't you?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. When did you first learn that this fellow who behaved erratically, that his father was in the pipe?
I believe that would have been after the names were given out of the persons who were.
When?
That would have probably been
Wednesday, Sunday, Saturday.
I can't remember when.
So you say eventually he walked off? Hmm?
Yes, eventually he walked off, yes.
Did you do anything after he walked off?
Well, yeah, I went back to Ms. Balkisoon to get information again, like I said, sir.
Yeah, listen, all right, we get that. So you're going to Balkisoon. Did you find out who this young, upstart, erratic behaving person was?
Of course, I did state in my statement that she introduced me to him.
Right, I'm not interested.
So yes, she introduced me to him.
Your live evidence.
Yes, I know who he was.
Okay. Did you ascertain whether he was a person capable of doing the very things that you had said your Coast Guardsmen could not do? That is to dive into the pipe. Huh?
No, sir.
Miss Balkisoon didn't volunteer that to you, did she?
No, sir.
Now, remember I asked you about bouncers, right? And you know what bouncers is? Men who are there to enforce things, right? You agree? Who are the main authorities on site that day? Give me the name. Not the names of persons, but authorities. State authorities.
State authorities?
Yes.
To be honest.
I thought you were all along.
Well, I am, yes. But at that time, I only knew of myself. When I said myself, I would say the Trans-Bay Coast Guard because no other agency was provided saying that, you know, we have, say, fire services, we have this, we have...
Or police?
No, or police, correct. No other state agency.
Although, and they giggled earlier, private security for Paria.
Paria Private Security, I believe, was on site.
They were with guns?
I can't say. I can't say.
Why can't you
I can't say because I didn't see them, but I know they were on site, but I didn't because I didn't see them. But I know that normally those pipelines would have security on it. But
all right, we could go along the speculation, but we shan't. Question: you are the most visible armed security agents of the state on site. You agree?
Yes, I would say so. Yes.
And not just that. You got an interceptor boat right there. It's a fast little boat, right? They carry guns and everything on that, correct?
Yes, sir, but the men did not come off the vessel, they were on the vessel.
We're talking about
they never came off the vessel.
Yeah, in the area of this catastrophe. And there was a larger Coast Guard presence, a military boat, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Patrolling up and down.
No, sir, they were not patrolling.
They were anchored, of course.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And of course, you know from your wide experience and years in the Coast Guard that that boat carried a lot of resources. Men, machine, material, ammunition, guns. Yes?
Well, yes, it's a vessel, yes.
Yeah, it's a military vessel.
Yes, sir.
And we joked a bit earlier. It carries artillery.
I don't know about the artillery, but...
You don't have big guns with large bores?
So if it have, I am not...
Hold on. If no, you were there, you're Coast Guards man. You are not aware that the diamond vessels carry fixed, high,
Yes, sir, but the vessel was nowhere in vicinity. That vessel was nowhere close to the dive site. And so what happened, that was a little way off of it. They were not in the presence of
No, we know they couldn't come and park by the boat. We get that, but it was within sight.
And to be honest, yeah, they was inside, but they were barely visible.
All I want to know, did that vessel provide any assistance in terms of material, men, or anything to you?
I can't, no, not to me, so no.
Sir? Looking back on things, as you were the authority from the Coast Guard and representing the state of Trinidad and Tobago on site, how would you rate the importance of rescuing these men that evening?
High importance.
High, well, we have low, medium, high, highest even. Where do you put that?
At highest.
Highest. Looking back now, all that you today know, would you have done it differently?
When you say differently, as in the Trinidad Coast Guard, or you mean?
Because you are part of the Coast Guard, you're part of the society. Right, so, would you not have spoken better with Ms. Balkisun to get more information, find out who are available, and to say, look, fellas, are you willing to risk? You know, this is something that we can achieve.
To be honest, willing to risk, it would have put me at a disadvantage because one, in our SOPs, we are not to perform such a rescue because it have made me
responsible,
incapable.
Make you responsible.
Yes, it would have made, and if it is now that
you'll answer my question, it would have made you responsible, correct?
Yes.
Thank you very much. No further questions.
Right. Yes, please. Ms. Persod Maharaj is going to ask you a question now.
Lieutenant Harvard, Kamini Prasad Maharaj for LMCS. Are you hearing me?
Yes, ma'am.
I have a few questions for you. Can you say whether you appreciate the difference between a rescue and a recovery?
Yes, I would appreciate the difference, but to say a rescue, one, you have to be on site to perform an immediate rescue, which means, say, for example, something happens on spot and you are there, you can perform a rescue one time because you are on site.
Okay, so a rescue, let's just break this down in terms of what we're dealing with. We have some men in a pipe. Yeah? Agreed?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Your understanding of a rescue would mean that there would be an attempt to save their lives. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. As opposed to recovery, which is not necessarily to save their lives, but to recover whatever is in that pipeline, inclusive of deceased bodies.
Well, yes. I mean, if we recover them alive, also could be said, could be used too widely too, because like I say, it does cover the parameters of rescue also. So a recovery of somebody is also either between alive or deceased. So it depends on how you use the term.
Okay, so at a night in question, at around 9 p.m., let's just make it simple, around 9 p.m. when you would have gone on site, your understanding was that you were there for the purpose of a rescue of men, not
yes,
a recovery.
No, a rescue.
All right. Might the witness be shown paragraph 7 of his witness statement?
Look at paragraph 7 of your statement.
And you would have read your statement.
Yeah.
Before, okay.
Involved you mean members involved in the recovery operation?
Right. So you're saying in this paragraph, upon your arrival at berth number 6, you'd have met with Catherine Balkisoon, who you came to learn was a team lead engineer at the operations at Paria. She appraised me of the incident and identified her team members involved in the recovery operations. Do you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. So again, I'm going to ask the question, did you appreciate that your presence was for the purpose of rescue or recovery?
Well, like I said, it depends if we rescue, yes. But again, we also use the term recovery in the same context. So it's not a say.
It's interchangeable for your purpose.
Yes, yes, because like I said, we have been on dives where we perform the recovery of live personnel. It's like I said, it's how you use the term.
And how did you intend to use the term when you're describing?
Well, at the same time, in the best interest, you have to be very optimistic of what was going on. So yes, the term recovery in my statement would have been as of rescue purposes. Because like I said,
I'm going to put to you that the use of recovery operation was not intended to mean rescue. You can answer that.
Say that over.
The use of the term recovery operation by you in your paragraph 7 was never intended to mean rescue.
Why would you say that?
A live rescue. You can answer that.
Yes, I believe a live rescue would have been possible, yes. But like I said, it's how you use the term recovery. Because you can recover somebody alive also.
All right.
Is a difference, as I said, in how you use the term. Some people take it in a negative or in a positive. It depends on how you use it. But at the same time, search and rescue, search and recovery, their words, they're used differently. Yeah. So it depends on the person interpreting it.
Yeah, you see, it's quite an important question that you're being asked by Ms. Maharaj, because factoring in risk, putting your own men at risk to effect a rescue is different from factoring in putting your men at risk for recovery, isn't it?
Well, let me state that probably I use the wrong term in that context.
No, just answer my question first, then you can say whatever you like. What I want to know is, when you're factoring risk, rescuing someone, you might be prepared to take a greater risk than if you're simply recovering a body. You follow what I'm asking you, don't you?
Yes, sir.
Do you agree with me that in assessing risk, it depends on whether you think you're rescuing someone or recovering a body?
Like again, yes, but again, it depends on how you use the term. So that's why I said I probably use the wrong terminology in that concept.
Whatever the terminology, rescuing someone who's alive as opposed to recovering someone who's dead is a difference in approach taken by you or any first line rescuer in any sphere. Would you not agree? There is a quantitative difference between the two.
It depends on how you use it.
Dead or alive, I don't care which term you use. If you're recovering someone who's dead or rescuing someone who's dead, it is different from recovering or rescuing someone who's alive. The risk factors are different, aren't they? Do you have a difficulty with this question?
No, it's not. I have a difficulty, sir.
Right, well, please answer it then.
Yes.
Yes, what?
Well,
yes, there's a difference between the two.
Yes, there's a difference in the two.
Thank you very much. It wasn't so hard. Thank you, Ms. Maharaj.
Thank you. Now, Lieutenant Hargreaves, you've said to this commission today that you've spoken to Ms. Balkisoon. Is there any other person that you would have spoken to from Paria to the best of your recollection?
That night,
On the 25th?
on the 25th, no.
No.
Not to my knowledge.
Might the witness be shown at page 1361? That's the evidence of Mr. Colin Piper, paragraph 82.
He can't be shown it. You can tell him what's in it.
Okay. I'm going to read for you
He hasn't adopted
what
it.
Mr. Oh, I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to read to you what Mr. Piper says. At his paragraph 82 of his statement, he says this. At about 16:45 hours, I was advised by either Visham or Leandra that the TTCG had arrived and had commenced a search and rescue pattern in the sea in the vicinity of berth number 6. I was also advised by Visham and or Jonathan that the Lieutenant Hargreaves indicated that when the incident was reported to them, not many details were given, and they did not have the appropriate equipment on site to enter the water or the hyperbaric chamber, but that a dive crew was on its way to berth 6. Would you like to change, having heard what Mr. Piper has said, would you like to change your evidence that you just gave to the commission?
Change what, ma'am?
I ask you if you've spoken to anyone else, and I've just read to you the account of Mr. Piper.
But I didn't speak to Mr. Piper.
No, he's not saying that you spoke to him. Allow me to read it back to you very slowly. At around 16:45 hours.
Right, we better have it on the screen, otherwise no one's going to follow it. So just put it on the screen, please.
Page 1361 of the witness bundle. Paragraph 82. So, can you see that on screen, Mr. Lieutenant Hargrave?
No.
1363.
1361, please.
Paragraph
82.
No, I can't see it.
Permit me to read it back to you. And I'll read from the part or the portion that it pertains to you. I was also advised, this is Mr. Piper saying, that he was advised by Visham and or Jonathan that Lieutenant Hargreaves indicated that when the incident was reported to them, not many details were given, and they did not have the appropriate equipment on site to enter the water or the hyperbaric chamber, but that a dive crew was on its way to berth number 6.
Right. So breaking that down, did you speak to somebody called Visham or Jonathan?
No, I don't know who's that. Visham? I don't know.
Did you indicate that when the incident was reported, you didn't have very many details?
Well, like I said, yes, and when the Coast Guard operations spoke to me, they told me that there was an incident at Paria where 4 divers was missing, and that is all I was told, and that we supposed to scramble a team to head down to make an assessment of what was going on. We didn't know. I didn't, and that was, we got the call after 4. I was at 8. I was at Defense Force headquarters, and I didn't reach down there. I don't know I never spoke to anybody from Paria.
All right. Anyway, you didn't have all the appropriate equipment on site to enter the water or the hyperbaric chamber. Is that correct?
At what time that was?
Well, I'm assuming that this relates to the period of time when you were when he was first asked about it. As far as I'm aware, that's before you arrived on site. This is at 16:45.
16:45?
Which I believe to be on the Friday. So I don't think we can take that any further.
Yes, please,
All right.
Mr. Chairman.
In the fact of the matter is, you didn't arrive until much later in any event, did you?
That was correct. So I was nowhere near for that.
And when you did arrive, you had your divers with all their equipment, but It was clear that that wasn't the equipment that was necessary to effect any kind of search.
That is correct, sir.
Yeah, well, I think we...
All right. Were you at, so earlier you answered to Mr. Ramadar, I think it was, that you were the person in charge at the site from the TTC.
In charge of, yes, I was the most senior, I was the most senior person on site, yes, from the Coast Guard, yes.
You're the most senior, but prior to your arrival, would you be able to say who was the most senior officer there?
No, ma'am.
No. At any point in time, were you informed by Paria that you are to take control of that site?
No. And who by Paria would say such a thing?
Well, it's in the statement of Mr. Piper at paragraph 109 that the TTCG should take control of the site to safeguard Paria Kenson personnel and to take control of the ongoing rescue operations. And this would include preventing LMCS divers from entering the pipeline.
Oh, really? I know nothing of that. Nobody indicated to me that Mr. Piper's told the Coast Guard, because like I said, we are not authorized to take control of anything. We were there to help and assistance. Nobody told me about taking control of anything like that.
Paragraph 109. It's on screen.
I'm trying to read it honestly, but like I said, I never had no conversation with Mr. Piper about taking control of anything.
I accept, say, but I must ask you of that. You said that the initial report that was given to you at around 4 p.m. that day, that there were 4 missing divers. You've said it repeatedly this afternoon.
Yes, there were four missing divers in Paria. Yes, 4 missing divers. That 4 divers were missing.
At around 4 p.m. the first time you heard
of
this.
4:07 was when the call came in from our operations. Yes.
All right. Did you learn subsequently there were actually 5 divers missing and 1 recovered? Or throughout this incident, your understanding is that there were 4 persons?
It was just 4, yes. So, only when I reached on site, then I was told about Mr. Buram. But again, they did not say if he was a 5th or if he was one of the 4. They just said he was one of the persons who was rescued. So nobody told me he was a 5th individual.
May I ask you, was anyone else from your team, that is to say, the group that were finally brought back to Berth 6, the 10 divers, yourself, Mr. Ledgerwood and his team, were any of those people other than yourself in touch with anyone from Paria?
No, sir.
To your knowledge?
No, sir, not to my knowledge, because again, as being the senior person on site, and then I had a chief petty officer with me and petty officers. Of course, we had full control of our team and the men on the boat, and they knew that nobody couldn't come over that vessel unless it had to pass through one of the seniors or myself. So they were on the vessel at all times.
So any communication between Paria and yourself or your team would have been through you? Is that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Do you think there's even a remote possibility that somebody else from your team would have had a conversation with anybody from Paria without your knowledge?
So that I can't say, because I know the trust of my men and they know exactly how I operate. And if any information had to go through one of them, and I doubt Paria would have had their numbers or anything, because I know strictly I was the only person with a cell phone on the site at that time.
Okay. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I think that would be all for this witness that I have.
Your turn, Mr. Mutu.
Good afternoon, Lieutenant Hargreaves. My name is Jason Mutu. I represent the interests of Paria, and I only have one or two questions for you. In the course of giving your evidence earlier today, you spoke about a meeting that was held on Sunday, the 27th of February 2002, at which LMCS 2022, forgive me, at which LMCS proposed to utilize a method which you say created further opportunity for greater casualties. You recall giving that evidence?
Yes, sir.
Yes. What's not in your statement is the reasons why, in your opinion, the method proposed by them created a further opportunity for greater casualties. I'd like you to tell the Commission, in your own words, why you consider their method one which will create that situation.
Can I say what they proposed?
Please do.
To do?
Tell us, in your own words, as far as you're aware, what they propose to do and why you feel that in your professional opinion, why that created a greater risk.
Right. So what they proposed was lowering a diver into the pipeline on a rope and pulling him, or you attaching him to a pulley or something like that, and using him and lowering him on a rope into the pipeline. And on hearing it, I believe, like I said, I wouldn't advise putting a rope to tie on to somebody in a 60-foot vertical pipe, because it would have either caused some type of infraction or pain to the diver itself, and then we have another situation on hand. I think that was one of the main reasons why, to me, that when I said it was, I didn't like it because of the rope. That rope indicated you want to lower a man into the pipeline on a rope. I asked, because when they did their emergency plan, when they showed the emergency plan, it didn't state clearly how it would have been executed. And then when they decided, that is when they said about the rope issue. And I think that was the main concern for me about lowering a person into the pipeline with the rope.
Right, and you communicated that concern to Paria on the Sunday, didn't you?
Well, they were all there. They were all there in the meeting. So they asked about it. And like I said, I gave them my opinion that, and LMCS didn't question to say, well, we will try a next method or anything like that. Or, because like I said, they were there. We were all in the world. I was in virtual, they were sitting there. And I didn't have, when I objected to the method itself, I told them I don't like the method. They didn't indicate, okay, well, we will try something else in that capacity. So.
Did you form the view that the method really was not properly thought out?
I would believe so. I believe that, yes, it wasn't really properly thought out, because, like, again, a rescue plan would not involve, being honest, lowering a man on a rope with, into a pipeline and using, whatever methods to pull him back out in a vertical 60-foot drop. Again, is gravity you're looking at.
Okay. Just one other area. Randolph Archibald, he's the Health, Safety, Security and Quality Lead at Paria Fuel Trading Company Limited. He's given a statement to the Commission. He says he spoke to you at approximately 2300 hours on Friday the 25th of February. He says that Lieutenant Hargreaves eventually advised me that the TTCG would not be able to attempt a rescue into the pipeline. He advised that such a dive in the pipeline was too high risk and that there were too many unknown factors. I know that the assessment as to the dive is consistent with what you've said today, but earlier on you were asked whether you spoke to anyone at Paria other than Ms. Balkisoon. Is it possible that you in fact did speak to Mr. Archibald and that you have forgotten?
To be honest with that, I really can't recall talking to Mr. Archibald because first time I'm actually hearing the name.
Right.
I don't know if it is the information could have been relayed. But like I said, I can't remember speaking to Mr. Archibald personally because I really can't recall it. I really can't recall that.
Okay, so is it possible that it did happen, but you can't recall now? Or is it the case that you didn't speak to him?
I mean, honestly, I would have known who I spoke to, so I say I don't recall speaking to him, but like I said, I know I was speaking to Ms. Balki soon alone.
Okay, thank you. May I have one moment? No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mutu. Just one matter arising from that. Was it your understanding that the person who was going to be lowered in a rope was going to drop, not free fall, but in air down a pipe till he got to the bottom, held by a rope? Was that your understanding?
Well, yes, sir, because we didn't know how far the water or how far water or oil or anything in the pipeline would have been. We didn't know how far up the level it would have been in the pipeline.
Who's we? We, the Coast Guard, or we generally?
As in we, the Coast Guard. I did not know.
You didn't know, right. So when you say we, what you mean is you did not know where the water level started in that pipe.
Correct.
That's why you had an apprehension about someone being lowered in a pipe by a rope, hopefully not
Yes,
around their neck. Yes?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. Anything arising from that? No. I think Mr. Wilson wants to ask you a question.
Good afternoon, Lieutenant Hargreaves. I just want to take you back to the examination by the lady from the Seaman Waterfronts. I heard you mention on numerous amount of times that you conducted a risk assessment and or you'd conduct a risk assessment. I want to sort of interrogate your dive planning. Are risk assessments always a part of your dive plan?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. And do you have any formal training in risk assessments?
Yes, sir.
So before you execute an activity or a rescue, do you use any risk assessment tools or any other tools like your decompression tables and stuff, incorporated it into that risk assessment?
Yes, sir. You must convey to your tables based on the amount of time and length that you would want to attempt to dive, and based on the depth also too. So yes, that would have been conveyed in your plan for a risk assessment.
What I'm trying to get at also is your risk assessment a verbal exercise, or is it a proper sit down and have a dive plan before you execute?
Well, you must sit down and plan out the dive, because one of our rules is you plan the dive and then you dive the plan. So what we will do is plan it and then execute it after.
How long does a risk assessment or dive plan usually take when you're going into an emergency type situation?
It depends on the environment, sir.
Okay. So again, back to, and I appreciate the difference between confined space and penetration diving into a pipeline. So for the example of going into a confined space or into a vessel, how long would that plan would have taken on site? Do you do it at Stables or do you do it at site?
Which one is that? The pipeline?
Not pipeline.
Or the vessel?
Yes, yeah.
Right. So what we did, the one at that vessel would have done at Stables Bay, because what we have gotten is the schematics of the boat and ascertain what entry points can be used to gain access, and based on the areas of entry, is it that through a scuttle or probably through a door, in that way. And what we would also look at is based on information from the individuals who were on the boat, given that there were a lot of debris. So we want to make sure the assessment of the vessel was safe also to penetrate in that matter. based on the amount of debris that they were carrying at the point in time when they go towards them.
Thank you. Are your risk assessments documented and archived?
I would say it wouldn't be documented as in documented and archived. Like I say, we would speak about it, draw it out on a board, and understand, what is the parameters to do. But no, it is not documented to see and archived in that capacity.
Okay.
But we do write it out, but for our knowledge.
Okay, no problem. I just want to switch over to Coast Guard diver training. I understand you're the head of the diving team in Coast Guard. So what I want to sort of interrogate is, from when you get an initial qualification under the Coast Guard management system or practices or standard operator practices, do you guys do competency assessments for?
Yes, sir.
How often?
So one of the criteria, so in becoming a Coast Guard diver, one, it is an 8-week program, but to be a part of the diving department, yes, you have to be recruited under being one of the top tiers in the training, and your competency will go through basically a 6-month period as an inductee into the department, so which means you'll be qualified and trained to a certain level. The majority of my divers are qualified as dive masters and assistant instructors, equivalent, and public safety divers. So you will have to go through an extensive period of training and competency. And
sorry to interrupt. I want to offer you there's a difference between training, qualifications, and competency. So
yes, I understand.
Okay. So
competency means also that you must be able to do what we do, especially in diving department. So yes, you will be taken out with operational dives, and you'll be given tasks to perform, and you will be literally you will be educated in how you operate also too.
All right. So where I was going with the competency assessments, do your competency assessments, does it interrogate rescue dives, penetration dives, confined space dives, recovery body dives? What does the assessments cover? What do the assessments cover?
So operationally, the assessments would not cover one confined space. We have done limited penetration dives because, like I say, it's not something common that we do. But one of our main common training is rescue and performing rescues. For example, a lost diver, and how we would mark, based on information, how we would mark the area using tidal streams and understanding how tide works and what we would use in ascertaining a proper direction of where to start a proper search.
Okay. Outside of the competency assessments, do you guys drill, and the frequency of those drills?
I would say not as much, because one, the diving department is honestly always on call. When we do get a downtime, our drills will more ascertain to equipment checks and making sure that the equipment is properly, because they don't want to go on a site and the equipment is not working properly. So I know for sure that what we do make sure and check when it comes to our drills is making sure that our equipment is spot on at all times, and we have no wear and tear that in event of a dive that it becomes an incident for one of our own.
Okay, thank you for that. And lastly, I just want to touch on the phrase where you said once you ascertain that you were not willing to make a rescue, that you remained on site to render assistance. Do you have a medic on your team or anyone with medical training? One personnel or two personnel?
Two personnel, sir.
And that could possibly fall under rendering assistance in the event someone comes out injured or something. Coast Guard is an option.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I have two EMTs on my team.
Okay. I heard you use the phrase incident commander. Are you familiar with incident management or that philosophy?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the phrase command and control?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So one of the things, let me back it up, even out of Paria, have you ever been part of a incident management or managing an incident for any other operator in Trinidad and Tobago?
Not in Trinidad, but in Dominica, I was the person for the Hurricane Maria incident, where I had to, I was deployed on that to do an assessment of the ports of Dominica for our vessels to render assistance.
Okay, thank you. So lastly, on that point, under rendering assistance, and you're familiar with the philosophy of incident management, and in your experience, have you ever seen the Coast Guard utilized in a security capacity, enable essentially securing a site where there's an incident from any errant vessels, anyone coming in to take photography and stuff? Now, I ask you this understanding that you were the dive team, but were there any other vessels performing that security?
Not to my knowledge, so no.
Okay.
No, not to my knowledge.
And you were not instructed by, and were you instructed by the IMT to perform security at any time?
IMT?
The incident command team. So,
I really didn't notice an incident command team, but no, nobody of that nature told me to perform any type of command and control in that, if you want to put it in that way, to anybody.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Hargreaves.
Thank you, Mr. Hargreaves. Just one thing, you said in answer to my colleague, Commissioner, you do understand about risk assessment, and you carry out risk assessment as part of a dive plan invariably, all right? Can I just ask you, who did you get your risk assessment training from?
The OSHA Academy.
OSHA.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Right. That's it for today. Thank you very much. You can, we can lose the link now. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Hargreaves, for coming along, albeit to wherever location you are in Barbados. I hope the weather there is as good as it is here. And I appreciate your contribution. Thank you very much indeed. All right, so he can be cut off. I was hoping, as you know, to deal with Mr. Seals today. We are not now going to be able to deal with it. I think we've all had enough today. And he's likely to take at least an hour. So it seems to me we're going to have to lose him today. He will be advised, Mr. Pegas, he will be advised as to when he is needed. It will not be this year. It's going to be in January now, all right? So if you could tell him, we will certainly advise him. I think he's still here, isn't he? Yeah, he's still here, so...
I would relay the message, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, well, convey, as I will ask my secretary to do, our apologies that we didn't get to today. I had every intention, as you know, of doing so, but we have not been able to.
We totally understand.
All right, good. Well, tell him, we'll let him know when he is required. Now, as I've indicated, we will not be sitting tomorrow. We will sit at 9 o'clock on Wednesday, please, 9 o'clock on Wednesday, when we will hear, first of all, from Catherine Balkisoon. And we will have Mr. Piper, please, at around, he need not come until lunchtime. All right, so I don't want to inconvenience people unnecessarily, but he can come at lunchtime and he'll be called as soon as we've finished with Ms. Balkisoon. That's the program for the rest of this week. It's Balkisoon, Piper, and then Mohammed, who will give evidence. Mushtaq Mohammed, is it?
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, I said after lunch, but I realize your lunch is not Trini lunch. You say Mr.
My
Piper
lunch
to
is
come,
a very different lunch to everyone else's.
You say Mr. Piper to come after lunch, so...
Yes, I think if he comes here for 2 o'clock,
2 o'clock.
That would be sensible. Thank you very much. All right, good. That's what we will do. Thank you very much, everybody. Please feel free to pack up and go. I'm going to grab my papers in the usual way. Thank you.
Well, that's the end of the Commission of Inquiry for today. Thank you for watching, everyone. I've seen quite a lot of comments coming in through, this last segment. I think that, I wasn't convinced by this last, Lieutenant Hargreaves. He came across not very genuine. And I think that is very much reflected in what a lot of you have been saying. So let's just look at some comments really quickly before we end this stream. Okay. So it just occurred to me, however, that Lieutenant Hargreaves spoke about doing risk assessments and his experience with risk assessments, but then says he doesn't archive it and, doesn't really make any note of it at all. It's not documented. So if you're doing a risk assessment in the moment, and then you have to go now and take effect to the risk assessments that you've just done, are you expected to just arbitrarily remember all the information that you would have discussed some time ago? You know what I mean? It's very, very strange. And I really wasn't convinced about that at all. But let's look at some comments. So Dave Besessa said, he had doubts about the chairman from the beginning, following him, but he realized that he's not taking any foolishness. He's clever and he has a heart and a conscience. He gives everyone a fair say and he's not taking no crap. He's figuring them out. Okay, let's look at some comments here. Wow, so many comments. Excuse me. Andre Mitchell says, Paria, likewise, the Coast Guard were laid back and did not care about these fellas. Not, excuse me, not even a case of water for the families outside the front gate while they wait for positive news. As you could imagine, I'm still recovering from a cold, but I'm trying to read through some of these comments. Great, yes. Excuse me. Lisa Gobbin says, you have no experience to comment on nothing of that rescue. Trista said, it's too bad there's no rebuttal. I'd be asking, what qualifies you as an expert? That's precisely the point. If you already said from the onset, right, that you don't have the relevant experience or training or even equipment to render any assistance, and you effectively said throughout your contribution that you did nothing to help in any form or fashion, why are you giving such a grandiose response that is almost very discouraging for the folks who actually have the qualifications and experience to render assistance? What qualifies you as an expert to speak on this matter and to insist that this was a quote-unquote ridiculous thing? Because in your view, even though you didn't have all the facts, as you admitted, that you felt that putting a man down in the pipeline would hurt his legs. And that was the basis of you insisting and discouraging them from carrying out the rescue effort. That was I found that to be very, very strange. Vinny says, if this is the example of the caliber of persons rendering assistance regarding the Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard, Lord help us. Matthew Hamilton says, how can you give an opinion when you said previously you and your men aren't qualified to do so? And I think we're all kind of wondering about this as well. Christian Apu says, so job was approved and contracted without any method or process in place addressing emergency. Very good point, right? You would expect that this would have been things that were dealt with very early on, right? Taking into account risk mitigating factors as well as part of the contract. Anne-Marie Cardenas says, all man lying on the highest level. So heartless, thinking about how some people really just love money instead of their own kind. Sick. Fasida Ramsa says, how come all Paria people can't remember much about anything from this tragedy? Seems to me I can't recall is their hook line. KD Mendez was responding because he said, we made a determination and so on as to who was the we. You didn't know so hush. What you wanted them to lower the persons on Rapunzel here. That's a good point there. To be honest, when I heard him say we, I instantly thought he was talking about the Coast Guard and Paria. But he quickly, sought to address that when he was being stuck on that point. Of course, he didn't want to associate himself with taking instruction from Paria because he insisted that, contrary to what Colin Piper says in his statement, that the Coast Guard was employed to secure the site and to ensure that LMCS divers did not go into the pipeline. He says that he doesn't know what that is about. Now, I don't know whether I believe him or not, but Mr. Colin Piper will be coming on the stand on Wednesday along with Catherine Balkissoon, and I look forward to hearing how they deal with that matter. Andy Ramlal has shared a link. He says, now I can't see what the link refers to, but he says they're all operating like entering a confined space is a new thing. I've made recommendations for rescue equipment shown in the video to many companies all over Trinidad. Dave says, Okay, let's go through. Because there's some other comments. Katie says, you speak about the risk assessments, draw it out and hope people remember. That's the point. It's crazy. Marina says, no archives, no info to look back on. It's all in your guy's brain. Shake my head. Yeah, that's some comments from YouTube say, but then you would go on site not knowing what to do. And that's precisely the point. These people are taking us for fools, right? Because if indeed you really do have training in risk assessments and emergency management mitigation procedures, you would understand that actually documenting and archiving the risk assessments and so on is critical to maintaining protocols and guidelines on the job to ensure that people are sticking to the arrangements discussed. So if people willy-nilly have things in their brain from some drawing that they had in a side room, what if they forget what was discussed? What document or archived information is there to then mull over again to ensure that things are going according to plan? So for Lieutenant Hargreaves to make that suggestion suggests to me that he was not being very truthful, right? I just didn't I didn't accept that at all. And then of course when he was asked what training he got in sort of risk assessments and so on to be so definitive, he then said he got his training from the OSHA Academy. We'll have to ventilate that and see what credence that actually has, right? Camille Maharaj says she lies, right? And she Googles the OSHA Academy. Matthew Hamilton says, if these are the persons managing state agencies, we are doomed as a country because the Commission of Enquiry shows how incompetent these people are. Lisa believes that Catherine is going to go missing in action. I don't think Catherine can, Lisa. She is under summons, of course. And of course, there would be repercussions for not showing up in the Commission of Enquiry. Okay, you ask them, Coast Guard men, What brand polish they use to shine the boss car? They know that. Yeah. They seem to forget certain things, but they'll remember frivolities, right? And I think that's the point as you're making. Wait, did they just put aside 3.5 hours to interrogate Catherine Balke soon? Well, of course, Paria would have tried to frustrate the process by just dumping documents on the commission. We were supposed to be hearing from Catherine Balke soon tomorrow, and so on. And then, of course, Colin Piper on the Wednesday. But because Paria dumped the documents on the commission today, the chair was very, very upset with that. And at the beginning of this session, he would have reprimanded Paria very strongly. And in some senses, that can be viewed as trying to frustrate the process, because the information that was requested from Paria would be critical to kind of understanding what was done at the level of the IMT, in which both Catherine Balke and, of course, Colin Piper were an instrumental part. And so by dumping documents the day before Catherine Balke and, of course, 2 days before Colin Piper is expected to speak to the commission, I suppose it can be viewed that the commission would not have had all the relevant evidence that they would have required to properly cross-examine these witnesses. And that is why the commissioner was very upset about Paria's feelings in this regard. And that is why I suppose they probably didn't expect that the commissioner would actually push them down again so that they can review the documentation, and everybody can be appraised of the information that Paria dumped on the commission today. Neil Vishnu Ramlal says, I don't understand. You did not agree with LMCS's plan. Did you advise on an alternative option? Good question. Natisha Atibanetti Jerome says, how could you be going to a site to rescue and not get info from persons who were there? For instance, the one carrying to get some information. Did you all even speak of the accident? Right? How could you be going to the site, so you all didn't speak about the accident on the way? So you mean everyone was quiet? Dave Bisessa, we're just reading through some comments at this point. My old boss always tell me to write down everything in the meeting when I stood up against him in a meeting. I nailed him to the cross with my documentation. Neil says, you're telling me that an agency as high up as the Coast Guard don't document and archive such important information? Then I think we're wasting money on them. And the last comment is Esli De Young says, wind down Wednesday, boy. Okay, so we're going to be coming back on Wednesday at 9 a.m. They always say 9 a.m., but we eventually don't even start until 10. But let's hope that they start at 9, folks. But keep the conversation going. Tomorrow they will be mulling over the document dump that Paria gave on the commission today. And that is all for today. Thank you for watching. Thanks for taking part in the conversations. And unlike other platforms, we are keeping it open for everybody to communicate and will not be shutting down comments, because you have a right to be a part of this process and to give your opinions. Take care. God bless. And have a safe one, everyone. Until Wednesday, we will talk. All the best.